and others, they are eagerly waiting for the forecast, long-range forecast, so that they will be able to take the tactical and strategic decision. In today's program, we will discuss elaborately the predicted rainfall different organizations, including the SASCOF, and what could be the probable strategies for the agriculture operations in South Asia. In today's program, we have invited a number of experts from national, international organizations, including World Meteorological Organizations, and we are expecting a very, elaborate discussion here. At present, I'm just inviting Dr. Someshwar Das, who is the Secretary of South Asian Meteorology Association, to give a formal welcome address. Over to Dr. Someshwar Das. Dr. Someshwar Das, you are with us?
I don't see him in
Naban, I spoke to him. You have to permit him to join. He has been waiting for.
Achha.
Maybe the same case with others.
Hello. Yes. No, actually, I have already done. Again, you check it, because we have started actually. So many people have joined. Yeah. Better. Okay. I think there is some problem in the net connections. Okay, I don't know. This is the problem of that, this kind of, because already 11 people have joined. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll go to the next person. Then whenever you'll be coming, no. So we'll be here from you, right? Okay, right. With your permission, okay. So as there is a problem of internet connection from different places, so we go to the next presentations by Srijit. The first address will be Dr. L.S. Rathore, President of South Asian Forum for Agriculture Meteorology. Over to Dr. Rathore, sir.
Thank you, Nabanshu, and thanks all of colleagues for joining and participating in this very important workshop. And I agree with Nabanshu that yes, it is very timely. The SASCOF has issued the statement for the southwest monsoon for South Asia, and so also National Meteorological and Hydrological Services have also issued their statements, and the scenario, which is of course Dr. Srijit will be presenting in detail, but the monsoon, as far as South Asia is concerned, there are certain concerns in the west part of the South Asia, and so also extreme eastern part of the South Asia. And the rest part, it seems to be all right with slight deficiencies here and there. Quantitatively for Indian region, India Meteorological Department has mentioned it, but at 96%, and there is a private agency who says 94%. And I think there is a very good agreement in forecast issued by both these agencies, because though it is falling in different categories, but the difference, quantitative difference in the forecast is only for 2%. Now, when it comes to, because the topic is the the monsoon 23 forecast and agriculture as to how what the forecast is, dynamics, its variability, both quantitative and qualitative, and in responding to that, particularly agriculture, how do we cope up with the challenge? In my opinion, this challenge is exacerbating day by day in the scenario of climate change. And we have seen that monsoon is shifting. We have seen that onset of monsoon has shifted, and IMD has revised the dates, so also the dates of withdrawal. The important thing is that because of the more ocean heat and also atmospheric energy, the hydrological cycle is going to become more intense. But at the same time, it is likely to become more erratic. It has already become erratic, and therefore we are noticing a lot of extreme events during monsoon and outside the monsoon period. So the important aspect which bothers agriculture community is what is the variability, both in time and space. And therefore, we have to understand the nuances of these variabilities and accordingly prepare the strategy in the context of agriculture. When we take of course, Dr. Shiv Kumar will give a better overview, but agriculture per se is not a single entity and different. South Asia is a large region and we have different types of crops. We have a kaleidoscopic web of different crops, which is of different durations, different water requirements, different temperature tolerance, and so on and so forth. But broadly, if we take the monsoonal crops, we do cultivate paddy in large parts where the precipitation is copious. Then in large parts of arid and semi-arid tropics, we have coarse cereals, pulses, oilseed crops, and these crops. And this is the basket which we are more concerned about. And this year being the year of the coarse cereals, we have to really see, because coarse cereals water requirement though low and therefore more suitable for this kind of thing. But at the same time, if the distribution is erratic, and if we are trying to analyze, I mean, we don't have much handle. We only when we unfold our monthly forecast as issued by National Meteorological and Hydrological Services, will let us know as to how the things are unfolding. But looking at gross oceanic conditions, both the Pacific and the Indian Ocean, it's quite mixed. As was circulated by Nabanshu in the note that the La Nina has now disappeared and we are now entered into the neutral phase, and the forecast is suggesting that the El Nino might appear during later parts of the monsoon. And but at the same time, when we look at the Indian Ocean dipole, which is also currently neutral conditions, but a positive Indian Ocean dipole has been predicted. That would mean that the monsoonal flow, which as influenced by Indian Ocean dipole, should be able to counterforce the ENSO circulation as impacted by the El Nino, if at all it develops and things happen. But these are, let us see how the things, but as far as agriculture community is concerned, we have to not only look at the field crops, but also the plantation crops. If at all there are deficiencies, the impact of the moisture deficiency in the plantation crops reflects much later. For example, in some studies which have been done in Kerala by Dr. G.S. L.H.V. Prasad Rao and colleagues, which showed that if there is a monsoon deficiency, both southwest monsoon and northeast monsoon, the impact of moisture deficiency in terms of coconut production is reflected after 6, 7, 8 months. So therefore, we also need to have a kind of review mechanism of monsoon respect to the plantation crop midterm as well as the post-monsoon, and accordingly prepare the irrigation strategies for the plantation crops. One important aspect which we also need to see is the dynamics of pests and diseases. Already we have noticed that with the changing climate, we are noticing large number of pests and diseases, and that is negatively impacting and also putting lot of load of pesticides onto the crops, because the pesticide consumption is increasing year after year. We have to really be very cautious of these aspects and lay focus more on integrated pest management methods, and therefore the role of meteorological and agrometeorological community becomes paramount in these kind of interventions. We also need to look slightly beyond the agriculture, though it is also related aspects, because in some parts we are going to face floods, and some parts we are also going to face the drought, and drought will also contribute to the drinking water problem in some of the urban areas. So also the power sector will be impacted, and health sector will also be impacted. And when we talk of health, it is not only the human health, but we also need to consider the livestock health, the wildlife, animal health, as well as crop health. And so also when the South Asia, many countries, they have waterways, and waterways are likely to be impacted. And most importantly, the coastal zones, and South Asia has a large coast starting from Myanmar, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Pakistan, and practically except Afghanistan, Bhutan, and Nepal, we are all the coastal countries. And the coastal dynamics and coastal degradation is also becoming a big issue, and because we have a lot of agriculture and fisheries, and so we also have to keep our vision encapsulated towards those aspects. With this, I would really appreciate and thank Tyagi Saab, Nabanshu, Someshwar Das, and all other organizers for putting us together to discuss this very important aspect, and let us jointly prepare a strategic plan as to what can SAMA and SAFOM jointly contribute towards the effort of different national meteorological and hydrological services as NGOs. Maybe we have a role in taking the message to the end users and things like that. That would be really augmenting the hands of national meteorological and hydrological services if we are able to do that. With that, I stop here, and thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sir, for an excellent address. Actually, we are facing some internet connectivity. That's why so many people are trying, and they are joining after 2, 3, 4 attempts. But nevertheless, even we could not do this welcome address. But Dr. Someshwar Das is with us now. So I am requesting Dr. Someshwar Das give a welcome to all these participants. Over to you. You are muted, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, now audible.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nabanshu. Yeah, I'm sorry that I was delayed to join because I was waiting for almost 10 minutes to let me in by somebody, and probably that could be because of the network issue. So nevertheless, thank you so much once again, and very good morning, everyone. Dr. Rathod Saab has already clearly elaborated about the large-scale dynamics of the monsoon system, including the impact of the El Nino, Indian Ocean Dipole, and others. So anyway, as you know, this is the second joint workshop on SAMA and SAPOM on long-range forecast for the 2023 monsoon season, rainfall and its applications on the South Asian agriculture. We all know that the monsoon is the backbone of agriculture. However, the monsoon is never the same in different years. Every year the monsoon is unique. So the challenge faced by the operational departments of South Asia is to forecast the variability of the monsoon accurately. No, I mean, in this direction, as many of you know that the National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting was established in 1988 in India to forecast the monsoon for farmers using global NWP model and a supercomputer Cray XMP14 of that time. The NCMRWF successfully implemented weekly agrometeorological forecast services for the farmers in India, and Dr. Rathore is the architect behind that. The unique method is recognized by the WMO and is being replicated by many countries of South Asia. As the monsoon affects all countries of South Asia, it was recognized that a consensus forecast of the monsoon should be prepared by all the South Asian countries, and thus SASCOF was started by WMO in 2010. As you know, the El Nino threat is hanging in this year 2023. The multi-year La Nina has ended around March 2023, and currently neutral conditions are prevailing over the tropical Pacific Ocean. Based on the global climate model forecasts, there is a strong consensus among experts that the El Nino conditions are likely to develop during the southwest monsoon season. However, there is uncertainty in its strength and the time of its onset. In view of this, normal to below normal rainfall is likely during the 2023 southwest monsoon season, that is June to September, over most parts of South Asia, based on consensus forecasts given by the SASCOF. This would have a direct impact on agriculture and food security of the South Asian countries. Thus, we need to plan in advance and manage better crop production in each country in South Asia. I'm glad that SAMA has started discussing the SASCO forecast vis-a-vis the actual monsoons since 2021. As you know, SAMA was established in August 2020 as a professional, non-profit international scientific society for the promotion of meteorological and allied sciences and their applications for the safety, well-being, and sustainable development of the citizens of the South Asian countries. There are more than 440 members of SAMA as of today, including more than 100 student members from different countries. The number is increasing day by day. EC Mode, RIMES, and NAM SMT Center, having 47 member countries, are institutional members of SAMA. SAMA has conducted about 55 activities in a span of about 34 months since its establishment. That is, on an average, more than one activity per month without any funding support till to date. It has many upcoming programs on the capacity building of the people of South Asia on different subjects like NWP, satellite meteorology, radar meteorology, air pollution, climate change, mountain meteorology, education, and outreach. I'm glad to inform you that SAMA has recently completed two very important programs for capacity building. That is, one is the weekly online series lectures for 4 months during January to April 2023 in collaboration with the SRM IST, that is SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, in India, on the fundamentals of meteorology, atmospheric science for the benefit of the people of having non-meteorological background who are interested in working in the field of meteorology, climate, and allied sciences. More than 2,000 candidates from 48 countries registered for the training. 48 countries there because the members of our institutional member countries like NAM, SNT, and all, They were all eligible to attend the training program conducted by SAMA. The second important activity that was conducted online was the training program on the WRF modeling system for 3 weeks during 3 to 20th April 2023 in collaboration with the CDAC, that is the Center for Development of Advanced Computing in India. And for this training program, more than 105 candidates attended. The training program with hands-on practical by remotely accessing the HPC of CDAC. One of our activities of summer, it is a proud activity of summer, was the quiz contest for school children of class 9 to 12 on Ozone Day and climate change. We feel very happy that several thousand children of the South Asian countries participated in the quiz contest. Prizes were given to the top 3 winners of each country. They were also given opportunity to interact with an eminent scientist in the field of, in the field for inspiration and motivation. I'm glad that SAMA and SAFOM have started the joint workshop on the monsoon variability and its impact on the agriculture. I'm sure that the deliberations made in this workshop will provide us many insights to resolve the mysteries of the monsoon and ways to optimize the agriculture production in view of the likelihood of weak monsoon in 2023. So with this, I would like to welcome you once again and have a great day, great discussions, and thank you very much. Over to Dr. Navansu.
Thank you, Dr. Das, for warm welcome to all the participants. Because you have mentioned the SAMAs and SAFOM activities, we are, what Dr. Rathod has already mentioned, that jointly we will be achieving a number of important issues in South Asian region. So now it's over to Dr. Ajit Tyagi, who is the president of South Asian Meteorological Association and the former Director General of Indian Meteorological Department. Over to Dr.
Thank you, Navansu, and I join Dr. Rathod, Somesh, and you in welcoming all the distinguished delegates, and especially Dr. Manoj Shivkumar, who will be delivering a keynote address on S2S, and also the Stephen Skate, who will be giving concluding remark, and also the vice presidents of SAMA and SAFOM, Dr. Shrestha, and for this meeting to give the concluding remarks. Well, I don't want to stand between what the opening addresses have been given so in detail by Dr. Rathod, followed by Somesh, and also the background note of Navansu. It covers all aspects in detail why we need to work together, the meteorologists and agrometeorologists, finally addressing the challenges of monsoon variability. For South Asia, I think the need to have agro advices or agro services was felt, say, way back before the partition in 1932, and India was one of the first countries to start agromet division. So this is a long history, recognizing the need of the dependence of agriculture and the well-being of the, at that time, 75% of population on agriculture. And rightly so, after independence, IMD did start providing agromet services, which was formalized with the NCMRWF supercomputer and the Dr. Rathod taking lead to start the agromet advisory. And that has been populated up to the districts, and now we are going to the block level. Now, this is one success story, but then there are many challenges as brought out. Otherwise, as normal, monsoon also has got variability, but now with the ongoing climate change, these variabilities and unpredictabilities is putting much more challenge both for meteorologists to predict and to use those predictions by the agrometeorologists to deliver agromet advisories and to sensitize users how to use these uncertainties in their operations. So this is, I'm happy that now meteorologists and agrometeorologists are working together at the top level. And also the WMO has recognized this as one of the key areas, the sub-seasonal to seasonal variability. And they had a major project on this, and now they are keen to convert those products into agromet applications. So this is a good opportunity for meteorologists and the agrometeorologists of South Asia that the S2S capabilities, how do we convert them into the operations? Because real variability can be addressed only if we are able to address to this particular range of sub-seasonal to seasonal. And that too at the level which is really make difference on the ground, that is maybe at block level or down to panchayat level. So these are the challenges, and I am happy that we recently had on 28th of April one brainstorming session organized by the International Met Project Office at IITM, in which we discussed these things in a detail and come out with the stakeholders' needs, which should be addressed by the S2S community. So this is one opportunity which we have to work. And also, as with these variabilities, the crop calendar, whether that holds good, which was developed, or that needs to be dynamically seen in light of the forecast each year. That how do we manage the crop, each crop, depending on the forecast. So that also needs to be addressed. And no doubt, we have eminent agrometeorologists now, which will we need to identify the needs and then tailor our products to meet those needs. Otherwise, general forecasts and general agro advisories are good, but they don't really make much of difference on the ground, particularly in the sub-seasonal to seasonal level. So we are doing good job, but then expectations and the challenges are also equally more, and we have to, through these workshops, come out with the recommendations which, as Dr. Rathore has put up, can be shared with the National Met and Hydrological Services, WMO, and other agencies and also the academic and research institutions to address those challenges. So really, we look forward to a very good discussions and deliberations, and we have two eminent speakers and agrometeorologists here, and also the senior people who could give their concluding remarks, which can be form the recommendations of this workshop. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your address. Now, we are waiting for this presentation from Dr. Srijit, who is the head of Long Range Focus Division of IMD. So it is now floor is open to Dr. Srijit.
Thank you, Professor. I'll share my screen. Good morning to all. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity for presentation of the SASCOP outlook in this forum. Actually, I will briefly discuss that what is the outlook, seasonal outlook preparation of the South Asia during the SASCOP meeting, and what is the current status of El Nino and El Nino. Already the opening remarks, Dr. Rathore and brief scenario of what is it. We can look closely what is this current condition and forecast. I'm going to present the long range forecast for 2023 Southwest Monsoon rainfall of South Asia. And WMO regional climate outlook forums are created by WMO for issue the climate outlook for region with similar climate features. For example, in the South Asia, the monsoon is dominated feature. So all the nine the area is marked in this map blue color. It is showing that South SASCOP area. That is mainly that nine countries from Afghanistan to Maldives, and from Pakistan to Myanmar. And we have started this SASCOP in the year of 2010. This was the last SASCOP held online on 27th to 29th April 2022. That was the 25th session of SASCOP. That means we have already completed that silver jubilee of our SASCOP process. And SASCOP process, the one advantage of the SASCOP, the main advantage is that with the SASCOP, we could build up very good capacity building over the South Asian country. Now, all the countries are very good, capable of preparing very good seasonal forecast. And if you can see in this table, we can see that the SASCOP we have conducted in many countries. We have hosted that SASCOP conference in different countries. And from 2006, the SASCOP session onwards, we have started that climate service user forum. That means we have started with water and then agriculture. Now we are all these SASCOP is associated with all the climate service user workshop also. And this is the evaluation of the climate prediction tool, preparation of the regional climate outlook for South Asia. In the 2010, we have given only the statement about what is the monsoon in the coming 2010 southwest monsoon season. Later, we have started the map showing that below normal and above normal probability. And in 2016, we have initially adopted that the objective gridded forecast for the region based on climate model. And the 2021, we have fully transformed into the objective criteria guideline for seasonal forecast. That is of the WMOVR. That procedure we are fully adopted in the 2021 onwards. And in the main process of objective seasonal forecast is we have to use the global climate model output, and we have to do bias correction and calibration. And the grid point forecast product we have to generate, and each forecast model, climate model, as well as we have to assess the scheme, and we have to use best combination for the use that. For calibration and all, we have developed a new data set for the South Asia for rainfall. That is we are using for the calibration process. And now we can closely look what are the forecasts we have issued last year. We can see that the left side it is the observed rainfall category, and the right side it is the forecast issued by SASCOP 2022. In that you can see that many regions we have correctly indicated that above normal rainfall likely to be, and some region we have correctly indicated that below normal, like Myanmar, Bangladesh. We have correctly indicated that the rainfall is going to be below normal. And however, we could not predict properly over the foothills of Himalaya. There we have expected more rainfall, but below normal rainfall observed. And now we can look at what is the current ENSO condition. You can see that as the last week on 8th May, the Mino 3.4 SST, that is the region, that Central Equatorial Pacific region, that region is having SST anomaly is 0.4 degree Celsius. That is the very close to El Nino threshold. However, we can see that the right panel, you can see evolution of the El Nino over SST anomaly over the 3.4 region. In the last in the month of April, in the month of March to April, there is not much increase in trend was observed over the 3.4 SST. And however, the recent mid-April to mid-May, in the May, it is slightly again started increasing. So now, as per the seasonal, the spatial SST, it is indicating that both the west and east of tropical Pacific is having the above normal anomaly, and the central Pacific yes, is almost normal, near normal value. As far as the Indian Ocean is concerned, the typical pattern is similar to the positive IOD, and over the North Indian Ocean, it is showing that warming over the region. And the latest forecast from the May, based on May initial conditions from many climate models, it is indicating that El Nino, there is a good chance for 80% chance for development of El Nino during May, June, July season, and many climate models are also for like El Nino, North American multi-model ensemble. You can see that most of the models are indicating that the threshold value of 0.5 degrees Celsius is crossing around June, in between June and July. And as the latest IOD forecast, you can see that it is also indicating that positive IOD. All models are indicating that same indication of positive IOD development during the monsoon season. And this was the consensus outlook generated during the SASCOP 25 sessions of SASCOP. Normal to below normal rainfall is likely over 2023 southwest monsoon season over most part of the South Asia. Geographically, you can see that above normal rainfall likely over the north as well as northwestern most part of the region, and southern and southeastern part of the region, and mainly the central as well as the northwest region, we are mainly expecting that below normal rainfall. And we are issuing that outlook for the maximum and minimum temperature also. It is indicating that above normal minimum temperature is most likely over many part of the South Asia, except some region along the foothills of Himalaya. And similarly, maximum temperature also, it is showing that similar above normal temperature most likely during the monsoon season. And since 2019 onwards, we are sharing our SASCOP outlook digital data to UNESCAP, and they are preparing the impact of SASCOP outlook over the region. This is the this year also we have generated that impact of the rainfall and the temperature over the region. They have done for all the sector also. This is the potential exposure for agriculture production value, but this is too early to. This is a rough estimate over the region. So they are taking all the parameters from various sources, as well as economic impact also they have analyzed. And this outlook also is available in the SASCOP page of RCC. And I am summarize here that southwest monsoon rainfall below normal to below normal rainfall likely during 2023 southwest monsoon season over and temperature and maximum and minimum temperature indicating that above normal temperature likely over during the monsoon season. And the now current scenario is that neutral and so is prevailing over the equatorial Pacific Ocean, and the climate models are indicating that El Nino is likely to develop during the southwest monsoon season. And currently neutral IOD conditions are prevailing, and this positive IOD is likely to develop during the southwest monsoon that will compensate the effect of El Nino in most of in the previous year also we have observed that some years the positive IOD will compensate the negative effect of El Nino during the monsoon season. And these products are available in Regional Climate Center. As I mentioned, the impact-based forecasting of seasonal outlook of village is also available in the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Srijit, for a wonderful presentation. So I'm requesting you please be with us in the discussion part. I think participant may be having some questions to ask for you.
Okay.
Now next lecture, we are very fortunate to have with Dr. Shiva Kumar, who is the founding editor-in-chief, Weather and Climate Extreme, Elsevier publication, and he is the former chief of Agriculture Meteor Division, World Meteorological Organizations. So he will be giving a presentation on subseasonal to seasonal weather forecast for managing intra-seasonal variability in agriculture. So over to Shiv Kumar. So I am now sharing his presentation.
ठीक है ना, उसको आप क्या डेटा चाहिए बोलो बोलने के लिए, वो रिसर्च के लिए। हाँ 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 ठीक है। आइडिया नंबर दो भाभी, ये नंबर अभी ये नंबर मत दो, आइडिया दो, क्योंकि ऑफिस में जियो नहीं चलता मेरा। ठीक है, अगर घर पे करना नहीं, घर पे करना है तो अभी मैंने जो नंबर किया उसको करने को बोलो।
Dr. Shiv Kumar, can you share from your end because it is not happening here?
तो टीडीएस कंपनी नाम उसका है, तभी इस पर फटेगा रहना।
So you are muted, sir. Sir, you are muted. Kumarji. Sir, we can't hear you. Shiv Kumarji, can you hear me? Shiv Kumarji, can you hear me? I think he is muted. So I have shared your presentation. Can you see the presentation? Shiv Kumarji. Dr. Shiv Kumarji, can you hear me?
नहीं जानी नहीं जगह नहीं है करना बच गई अच्छा तूने बोला मैं कुछ नहीं बोला मैं शांत थी मैं वो कॉल करेंगे तो जाऊंगी नहीं तो जाऊंगी अभी कर दिया हाँ बोला कार में जगह नहीं है
Shiv Kumarji, I have shared your presentation.
किधर का बोला
Is it possible to call him on WhatsApp if you have his number?
No, I don't his number. Don't have his number.
Or as you are the host, can you unmute?
What's that?
As you are the host, can you unmute? His mic? I
I
don't know.
can't, sir, from here.
I see. Okay. Looks like he's. Yeah.
Yeah. What I feel, we can switch over to next presentation. And I don't know why we are not able to connect him. He's speaking actually.
Yes.
Dr. Shiv Kumarji, can you hear us? So what I feel that I will send a mail to him, and I'll just ask him to just wait. I'll share the presentation afterwards. Okay. So I'm stop sharing now. So even also my next presentations, he is not able to connect. So I'm just we are now going to the next session where we will be discussing our recommended strategies in agriculture based on long-range forecast in South Asia and the country-wise. So I'm requesting Dr. Kamal. Dr. Kamal is the project, he's Mohammad Shah Kalam. He is a project director, Agrometeorological Information System Development Project, Component C of Bangladesh, Weather and Climate Service Regional Project, Department of Agriculture Extension, Bangladesh. So he will be presenting, and also Dr. S.M. Kamrul, who may not be here, but he is also have a joint presentation with Kamrul, who is from Bangladesh Meteorological Department. So over to Dr. Kamal from Bangladesh. Dr. Kamal.
వాళ్ళు స్నానం చేసే బాత్రూంలో పైన కూడా వస్తుంది
చేస్తారా వాళ్ళు బాగుంది
Dr. Kamal, I am requesting you to give the presentation now. Okay. So I have connected Kamal. He will be shortly coming. Okay. Today there is a huge problem in the internet issues. Okay, so many people not able to join. Yeah, over to Dr. Kamal.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes.
బాల్టీలో ఇవే
అక్కడ వాళ్ళు యూస్ చేస్తున్నారు ఆ క్వాలిటీ కూడా
So I have already introduced you. You can start now.
Okay.
Shivkumar ji, can you hear me?
అది హెల్త్ ప్యాక్ తీసుకో హలో
My screen is visible.
मुझे आवाज नहीं आ रही है
Yeah, it is visible. Can you make now it's okay. Yeah, you
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you.
नहीं कहाँ से बात कर रहे हैं
So, respected President, Secretary, and other members of SAPOM and SAMA, respected presenters, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. This is Dr. Shah Kamal Khan, working as Project Director for Agro-Meteorological Information Systems Development Project, Department of Agriculture Extension, Bangladesh. You know, this is our Bangladesh map, national emblem, and the national flag. Before starting my presentation, I convey my deep, humble respect to Father of the Nations, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and Martai. The climate change and Bangladesh is very correlated to each other. And Bangladesh is one of the most vulnerable countries of the world in the event of climate change. It is a disaster-prone country and it is frequently affected by flood, drought, tropical cyclones, etc. Unfortunately, it ranks 7th in the World Risk Index 2021. So, agro-meteorological information is essential for ensuring climate-smart agriculture in our country. If you see our hazards registers in our country from north to south, from east to west, so many hazards happen like drought, flash flood, river floods, salinity intrusion, cyclones.
@gmail.com.
So Bangladesh government had launched a project named Bangladesh Weather and Climate Services Regional Project funded by the World Bank since 2017. And it has 3 components. Component A is being implemented by Bangladesh Meteorological Department. Component B is being implemented by Bangladesh Water Development Board. And the component C is by the Department of Agriculture Extension and the Ministry of Agriculture. Our coordinating ministry is Ministry of Defense. And the project is going to be terminated on 13 June 2023, but 1 year no cost extension is under process. And another 5 years project is also under process. Our major objective is to disseminate agro-meteorological services to farmers in order to increase agriculture productivity and assist farmers in coping with weather and climate extremes. AMESDEV is a very important, smart, and global time demand project. It is working for ensuring climate-smart agriculture in the country. It is ICT related. We are working for the fourth industrial revolution. The project is contributing for digital and smart Bangladesh formation as per the mandate of our Honorable Prime Minister. How agreement adversaries are produced, real-time data, and the information are received from the PMD and the Bangladesh Water Development Board, hydrological from Bangladesh Water Development Board, and the meteorological from the BMD. So we have the technical committee consist of the members from Bangladesh Meteorological Department and the Bangladesh Water Development Board, DE experts, consultants, and representative of 4 research institutes like Bangladesh Agriculture Research Institute, Bangladesh Rice Research Institute, Bangladesh Jute Research Institute, and the Bangladesh Sugarcane Research Institute. As we cover crop, livestock, and fisheries, so we have the representative from Department of Fisheries and the Department of Livestock. And along with that, the technical committee review of relevant international websites like IMD websites and some other websites. And the technical committee produce the advisories as per the real-time data and the information received from the BMD and Bangladesh Water Development for the farmers. And now the question is how it is being disseminated. Before that, let me tell a few words about the development partners we have. We have the BMD and the Bangladesh Water Development. We have 4 research institutes, BARI, BD, BTRI, BSRI. We are working with the 2 other agriculture government departments like Department of Fisheries, Department of Livestock. We are working with the 2 agriculture universities where Department of Agriculture has been opened in the Bangladesh Agriculture University, Mymensingh, and the Bangladesh Sheikh Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Agriculture University, Ghazipur, Bangladesh. So we have very good collaboration with some international organizations. They are giving us the technical support like NASA, University of Washington, ECMOD, Nepal, RIMES, ADPC, CMIT, FAO, CARE, etc. This is the chart, the dissemination, how the message is being disseminated to the farmers. So Department of Agriculture Extension is one of the largest departments in our country, where national level to village level, our experts is working closely with the farmers. And these are the main source, the methods to which we disseminate the agricultural services to the farmers. Agriculture Information Service is another vital department under Ministry of Agriculture. They are also contributing to disseminate the crucial agricultural services. We have already established community radio through which two-way communication is possible, and we are utilizing this method for disseminating agricultural services. We have established digital display board, very smart devices in 64 districts throughout the country, through which we disseminate. BAMIS portal is very popular in our country and abroad as well. So that is another tool. We have the BAMIS mobile application, and we issue national, district, and special bulletin through which we give the special messages for the farmers and the other relevant stakeholders. We convey SMS, interactive voice response, voice messages, and we organize farmers training in person, through which we produce the BAMIS application, mobile application, BAMIS portal, how it should be utilized and how agricultural services should be taken under consideration. So we organize farmers group as well. We have established a very smart device named Kiosk. It's a combination of Android and the Windows version in all sub-districts throughout the country. And we have established union weather display board in all union level. Union level is in the local government body under the sub-district level. So leaflet, booklet, brochure, different IEC materials we produce and disseminate. In emergency cases, we use miking, that is sound system, to cover the target people. We frequently use different types of mass media like radio, TV, newspapers, etc. So these are the main, methods of extension. This is the BAMIS web portal, and we're happy to share you that by 3 and a half years, the viewers number has been reached 4.7 million. It's really impressive. And this is our Burmese mobile application. At national and regional level, we issue bulletin once in a week. And for district bulletin, we issue twice in a week. And special bulletin, it is issued as per the requirements. Whenever any kind of hazards, any kind of cyclones, any kind of natural hazards happen, before that and the prior and post, we issue the special bulletin. Like Mukha is going on, so it is going to be hit in our country along with India as well. So we have already issued the special bulletin both in Bengali and English, and it's available in our Burmese portal, and it has already been disseminated and shared with our target people up to the sub-district and the sub-district agriculture officer level. This is the text message. We have the farmers list database, and we send messages in Bengali so that they can understand and take action immediately. These are the sample of voice messages we frequently share, and by email we usually try to provide the updated message to the Honorable Minister, Secretary, other Secretariat officials, DG, Director, and up to the sub-district level officials, so that they can be aware about that and take actions. And we have the national level Facebook group, and as well as the union level Facebook group through which messages can be conveyed frequently. And this is the success story. Farmers are getting benefit through Facebook group, and it's a sample in Khulna, so it's happening. This is a union weather display board I'm showing, and weather services to the farmers through kiosk, all sub-district levels we provided. And this is the digital display board. Recently, our Honorable Agriculture Minister launched this digital display board, and he is happy to launching this kind of smart devices, and he said that it's really a good initiative that has been taken by the MSDP project. And community radio we have established in 12 regions, and you see our Agriculture Minister Dr. Abdul Razak is very happy to give some speech in on live or on air. So he appreciated this type of special step to give forward for the smart agriculture, smart Bangladesh formation. 3 types of training manual for farmers, sub-district agriculture officer, cadre officers, civil service cadre officers have been prepared based on the training need assessment. Those have been distributed and also available in our Burmese portal. And these are the photos of officers training. These are the photos and news regarding officers training. These are also officers training photos where the high officials from ministry and the our headquarters were present. And these are the sub-district agriculture officials training programs, and the training as well as the news covered. And these are the farmers training sample, and news has already been published. And we organize different types of workshops at national level, at regional level. We have 14 agriculture regions in our country. So we organized regional level workshop, district level workshop, and the sub-district level workshop to award the target people so that they can realize how the agreement services is being provided and what sort of actions need to be taken by the respective persons. And these are the photos, regional workshop our DG is taking. And these are the news covered regarding the regional workshop, the national workshop. DG directors and ministry high officials are present. And another kind of national workshop we organized, that is journalist awareness workshop. You know, agriculture service is very emergency messages, and it is need to be reached to the farmers and the target people is very much essential, and it's very urgent. Considering this issue, we have organized this type of special workshop for the journalists so that they can realize what sort of things is going on under this project and what is the role of the electronic and print media. So they have agreed that they will take action, and they are taking roles and responsibility to disseminate such kind of emergency agreement services to the farmers. So these are the mass media news coverage, like New Bengali, and these are the another papers in Bengali. These are the few papers. I have given some samples. English as well, contribution to the development of agriculture through modern forecasting. So agrometeorology in Bangladesh. So these are the things they have already published. Krishi Katha, it's another reputed publication under Agriculture Information Services and the Ministry of Agriculture. They have already published the news. And publicity in TV channels, we love to utilize these TV channels because people love to watch this TV, different types of TV. So we give some scroll messages, discussion, talk show, bulletins, different ways we try to disseminate our messages. This is Success News in Channel I. It's very famous TV channel in our country, and talk show in Desh TV. I was invited along with some other expert in this TV, where I talked about the agricultural services in our country. Talk show in Nexus TV, it's another TV channel talk show.
Hello.
So that is also important. So we utilize the YouTube channel as well to provide some technical supports of the different agro related instruments and other techniques. And information, education, and communication materials, we produce leaflet, booklet, brochure, posters, we produce and distribute among the target people. We have established agrometeorological weather stations, 160 from our side, and Bangladesh Meteorological Department under Component A of Bangladesh Weather and Climate Services project have already been established 125 agro-automatic weather stations. So altogether 285 newly established. So these devices will give us much more real-time data, and it will give us, narrow down to for the producing the agro services for from district level to the sub-district level. We are planning to produce the agro services for the sub-district level as well, with the help of Bangladesh Meteorological Department. And these are the few photos of automatic agro weather stations. And crop weather calendar, it's very essential because crops growth and development, pest and disease infestations are very much correlated with the weather parameters. So we have already under completion of this crop weather calendar packages. So pest and disease calendar is also important because crop pest and diseases are infested by different parameters fluctuations. So we have to find out this thing. So it's also under process of completion. So we are in the process of automation in agrometer advisory preparation. So logics. And nowadays it is a semi-automation process. Very soon we will go for the complete automation process in the agrometer advisory preparation. So agrometeorological project working for the fourth industrial revolution, because automation in the agrometer advisory preparation, the artificial intelligence is being utilized, and seasonal forecast. I'm coming to this point soon. That is another artificial intelligence utilization, and then some other technical issues. Establishment of automatic weather stations. It is also a way of fourth industrial regulation. And establishment of digital display board. It's very smart devices. Anywhere from the world, it can be operated, it can be deleted, smartly handled. So it is also on the way of the fourth industrial revolution. And establishment of smart device kiosk. It is from the central point we can easily monitor from what kind of things going on, is it operating or not. So we can easily monitor through this kiosk from the headquarters. So development of subseasonal to seasonal forecast for agriculture environment, it's a really miracle for our country. For the first time in Bangladesh, we have already launched this subseasonal to seasonal forecast. And the subseasonal weather forecast 1 week to 4 weeks in advance, and seasonal outlook for 1 month to 3 months in advance. and it's very helpful for agriculture policy making. It's obviously useful for crop production planning. It's helpful for input suppliers, processors, and exporters to manage their supply chain and reduce the risk. I'm really acknowledged to Netherlands-based Weather Impact, Wageningen University Netherlands, Royal Netherlands Meteorological Institute, and Digital Innovation for Impact. Obviously, I'm obliged to Bangladesh Meteorological Department, who have supported a lot for launching this type of technical issues, and obviously our MSDB team members. And let me tell a few words, National Outlook for June, July, August, September 2023. These few slides actually shared by the Bangladesh Meteorological Department meteorologist, Mr. Kamrul. Actually, he would like to join with this program, but he has another engagement with the interministerial meeting. So he shared these slides, and acknowledged to him for sharing these slides. National Precipitation Outlook, it is the supporting information I have shown here. So GPCS, NMEs, C35, I will not hit much more. But the National Precipitation Outlook, June, July, August, September, over Bangladesh is like to be normal to below normal. And if I say that maximum temperature and the minimum temperature, the national maximum and minimum temperature outlook, June, July, August, September, over Bangladesh are like to be above normal. So, outlook for these are the few location specific, rainfall, temperature maximum, temperature minimum, and thank you so much for patient here. If you have anybody, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal, for a wonderful presentation. Can you stop sharing?
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Shivakumar, can you hear me? Dr. Shivakumar, can you hear me? You are muted, sir. Sir, you are muted. Unmute, please. Dr. Shivakumar, please unmute, please. You please unmute your system. Dr. Shivakumar, can you unmute your system? Yeah. Can you hear me now? Dr. Shivakumar, can you hear me? We can hear you, sir. Sir, we can't hear you. So, Dr. Shivakumar, we cannot hear you. Still, it is mute system. Mute is there. Can you try from another computer? Or you can do from your mobile. I can share the presentation from here. So I think Dr. Shivakumar will be coming again to you. We'll go to our next presentation. So the next presentations we have with us Dr. G. Srinivas. He has tried for last 45 minutes to join. I think now he could join now. Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Srinivas. Now, Dr. G. Srinivas, Associate Director of Research, Regional Agriculture Research Station, Japtial, Professor Jaishankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Hyderabad. He will tell what is the forecast for long range and what is the strategies for Indian context. Over to Srinivas.
So this is the logic setting of the Okay, thank you, sir. Just sharing my presentation.
ఒకసారి అది రెండు చేసుకుని నేను హాల్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోతాను ఇంకో 2 बजे कॉलेज जाना है
Again, I am sharing, sir. There is some problem. Just
Okay, no issue. Take your time.
For example, now this half adder circuit works perfectly when there is no incoming carry. But if there is an incoming carry, it is addition.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, make it full screen.
Then we cannot add that carry using half adder.
Now, is it okay, sir? Now it's in a full
You
screen
make it full
mode.
screen. You can make the full screen. Just go to the left-hand side one.
It is there, sir. It is in full screen mode.
Okay. Now you can see. Yeah, you start.
Okay, scrolling is also there. Now you can see. Shall I start, sir, now?
Yeah, we are using the half adder.
Start now.
Addition, that is.
Okay. Good morning, every one of you. Just because of some problem, I could join late. So I'm Dr. Srinivas, Associate Director of Research in PJTSIU, Telangana State in India. So today, this discussion, it's going on long-range weather forecast, how it is going to be used in the agriculture sector for benefit of the farming community. Under this, just now I am going to present a few slides on the strategies in agriculture based on the LRF, long-range weather forecast 2023. We know that recently in the month of April, this forecast was issued by the India Meteorological Department. We know that once again revised forecast will be issued in the last week of May. So by considering this, if you see in India, so they have given the forecast to 96% plus or minus 5%. The total rainfall average of long period is 87 mm, this centimeters, this you know. And the probability, if you see agriculture sector, mainly in India, the majority of the area, more than 50% area is under rainfed still. Even though governments, they have built so many major or medium irrigation projects across the rivers in India, still lot of area is under rainfed system. So if you see the forecast this year, normal rainfall forecast probability at 35%. But in a categorical wise, IMD has given 96% plus or minus 5%. It is nearer to normal only, lower side of the normal. Then we have to think in the serious way how it is going to be impact the Indian agriculture. And the next, if you see the higher probability also there in the category of below normal. So that is a 29%. If you see the higher side, only 14%. So this is a very negligible compared to the other categories, deficit below normal and normal. So this time we have to take into serious consideration of the seasonal climate forecast, and we hope this coming revised forecast, it may also in the normal rainfall category, we expect that. And if you see the spatial distribution, so this is a very much important for agriculture point of view, because the rainfall we are receiving, our IMD is giving the forecast for coming 4 months, June to September southwest monsoon season. But the quantitatively, the amount of rainfall will be in the category of normal. But how, if you see the distribution, how the different states are going to be influenced with the distribution of rainfall. If you see this terrestrial forecast distribution of probability rainfall forecast distribution, normal to below normal rainfall. If you see in the southern peninsula, normal to above normal, the southern peninsular region receiving the good amount of rainfall, and adjoining east central region, and also some parts of western and eastern parts. If you see, this is my state in Telangana, where my cursor is putting, but after this, it is also coming under the southern peninsular region, but our state is likely going to be affected with the below normal rainfall as per the recent forecast. And if you see the normal to below normal rainfall forecast, normal to below, so these yellow patches, mostly this area is concentrated in the cotton growing districts, Maharashtra and Telangana and Gujarat, and some packets in the Rajasthan, where normally low rainfall is received. And normally in land area or the land area, the white patch is the climatological probabilities. So that area is also covering considerable geographical area in India. And if you see that, if you see the country as a whole in the recent forecast, it's coming to very closer to the normal rainfall, but considerable area is also likely to be under below normal category. That is the most worrying situation for the country during this southwest monsoon season 2023. If you see the agriculture like that, and one more, this is my interest. If you see that in the coming few months, the El Nino category, it is transformed from neutral to El Nino, and if you see the El Nino conditions, it's an increasing probability. But in the chance of La Nino redevelopment in the coming 6 months is at least is a nearer to zero. And there is no hope to transit from El Nino or neutral to the La Nino conditions. Last 3 years, India has received a good amount of rainfall because of La Nino. So the forecast and also these latest conditions across the oceans, Pacific Ocean, this is the worrying situation for the country. Now you will see the agriculture scenario in India. So in India, normally more than 70% of the rainfall is being received during the 4 months period, southwest monsoon, June to September. If you take the northern parts of country, hardly there is a 2.5 months rainfall. That is a rainy season. If you see the western parts of India, from July 15th to September 15th, 2 months period only. If you see the southern parts, is having the 4 months, 4.5 months period. So if you see that country as a whole, mostly 70% during these 4 months only, we are getting the rainfall during the southwest monsoon season. If you see the rainfed system, India is almost 53%, or almost in some reports it is around 60% also. So still considerable area is under rainfed system, and majority of the crops, particularly commercial crop, cotton is mainly grown under rainfed system, and also oilseeds and pulse crops. These crops are mainly grown under rainfed system. Even though if you see the rainfall and irrigated systems, the areas irrigated through canals, tanks and groundwater, these are mainly affected with the monsoon rainfall, because these sources of irrigation must get the water through the precipitation or rainfall only. So because of this, ultimately what happens, lower reservoir levels and also groundwater. Majority of the rainfed regions, farmers depend for the irrigation is the groundwater. So if there is a sufficient rainfall is not received during the southwest monsoon season, groundwater levels are also will be affected. Thereby, rainfed crops will be severely affected if the condition is under drought conditions. Similarly, if you see the southwest monsoon season crops, even in rainfed systems, so the mainly the crop water requirement is being met from the rainfall received during this 4 months period, and whatever the amount of moisture stored by end of the southwest monsoon season, that will be available to the crops. And if you see the southwest monsoon rainfall is always crucial for crop production in India, and that ultimately affects the Indian economy also, that we know very well. So this is the kind of situation. If you see in the country, mainly 2 major crop seasons are existing, Kharif and Rabi seasons. Almost 99% of the crops grown during these seasons. 1% of the crops, short duration crops, little bit, the season will be a summer monsoon season like that. In the Kharif season, normally June to September, there is a southwest monsoon season, and Rabi winter season, October to May. And if you see the season-wise crop distribution, rice is the major crop. Rice, cotton, soybean, sorghum, maize, and pulses and other oilseed crops are also will be there, groundnut and other things. So here rice will be majorly grown in irrigated system. If you see the eastern parts of India, from Orissa, Bihar and eastern parts of the country, rainfed rice system is also there. If Kharif rainfall is less, there the area under rainfed rice system is also will be affected. If you see the cotton, it's almost 80% will be under rainfed system, particularly. and only limited area here and there, around 15 to 20% will be under irrigated system. That also will irrigation is available for critical stage irrigation. So I've been mostly under black soils. It will be under rainfed system only, and sorghum purely 99% it will be under rainfed. Maize will be the 50-50%. Sunflower also under limited irrigation. Pulses and millets, they are mostly under rainfed system. So this is the type of distribution of crops grown in the Kharif season under rainfed and irrigated systems. We see the Rabi crops, particularly wheat, barley, and to certain extent maize and rice. So these crops purely under irrigated system during the Rabi season. So here these Rabi crops are also will be affected unless until the rainfall is received timely during Kharif season, that enable the farmers to take up the timely sowing of the Kharif crops, and crop will be harvested in the right time, so that it will enable to take up the Rabi season crops in time. Otherwise, at later stages, wheat crop will be caught under heat stress, and thereby last 2 years we have seen that there is a good, that is a huge quantity of reduction in the wheat yields that we know. What are the strategies to be followed by considering the current season rainfall, LRF? So normally we will recommend the farmers. Normally rice will be grown under canal system, borewells and open wells. But by considering the season, like LRF during current year, so the rainfall is likely to be 96%, just nearer to the normal. So it is better to avoid the growing of the rice under borewells and tank system. It's better to grow under canal system wherever the canal water is available. For those reasons, it's better to grow green manure crop preceding rice, because that helps to restore the soil physical condition, so the rice crop will be grown. And moreover, farmer they have to reduce the area under rice under borewells and tank, because timely onset is, if timely onset and well distributed rainfall is there beginning of the southwest monsoon season, then water is available in borewells and tanks in open wells. Otherwise, rice the nursery will become overaged and there will be a drastic reduction in the yield. So better to reduce the rice under borewells and command areas. So this is applicable for entire country also in all the regions. And moreover, farmers they need to grow the ID crops preferably under these two systems, borewells and command areas, so that supplementary irrigation or life-saving irrigation can be provided for ID crops, so that the yields will be normal range. Farmers will be compensated if any yield loss is there with providing the supplementary irrigation. And also all the farmers, particularly in rainfed systems, so nowadays the reduction in the area and also yield levels are also less in pulses and oil seeds. So if you see the country scenario, need to promote the oil seeds and pulses to meet the requirements. So definitely we need to advise the farmers by considering the season, better to avoid or reduce the area under rice, go for the oil seeds and pulses, so that we can meet to certain extent the demand of the country. And moreover, traditionally India, most of the area, particularly still in the Rajasthan region or northwestern region, millets are being grown in the larger area. But in southern states also, like Karnataka and some parts of Telangana and Rayalaseema regions, millets are actually the traditional crops for these areas. Because of changes in the food habit or other market scenarios in recent years, so farmers they have changed their cropping pattern. Almost majority of the millets disappeared from the cultivation. So this is by considering the International Year of Millets. So that is our major program in our India, flagship program only, as our Honorable Prime Minister introduced today. So now we need to introduce the millets again in the traditional areas. 10 years back, what are the areas popular with the millet cultivation? Those areas again we need to identify and reintroduce, like jowar and basra, ragi and other minor millets. So that's a very much important, and also if you see the forecast, it's nearer to normal. So this is the good strategy for this current year. And further intercropping system across the country, particularly in rainfed systems like cotton, red gram, where the major crops are being grown. So these crops must be intercropped so that they can harvest at least yield from one of the tolerant crop. And also if you take consider the forecast and also the market intelligence. So nowadays all the countries are under the grip of this market intelligence across the globe. So in India also, in almost all the states, the market intelligence is in operation. So they need to consider the market price and also select the crops as per their requirement and demand and their choice. And one more thing is early sowing of the kharif crops. Just I told you, it's very much important, so that it will be useful to timely sowing of the rabi crops. And one more strategy, mainly, particularly nowadays in the central India and southern India, most of the regions are experiencing the pre-monsoon rainfall. So farmers need to use this kind of rainfall so that they can keep the fields ready to take up the timely sowing of rain-fed crops. So that will be very much useful in wherever the pre-monsoon showers occurs. And also in rain-fed system, farmers, they are always in the dilemma when to sow the rain-fed crops, because it's a very critical, so that crops should get the good germination, and the farmer they have to maintain a good population per unit area. Otherwise, there will be a yield reduction. So no other management practices can compensate the population loss, yield reduction due to population loss. To maintain that, recently in the last few years, we are adopting in our state. So the sowing rule, this we have developed for rain-fed systems for light soils, 50 to 60 mm, for heavy soils 60 to 75 mm cumulative rainfall within a span of 7 days after onset of the monsoon in our region, so that rain-fed crop can be and crop germination will be affected. Other common practices to conserve the moisture flowing across the slopes, that is a very common practices farmer also know, and this need to be popularized again. And in our state recently, so early monsoon rainfall always it will be uncertain. There will be high wind speed, high radiation, temperature. So that will be there with the losing moisture farmer if they go for sowing, and there will be a loss of germination and wasting of the inputs. Their farmers will be under economic loss. By considering that across the block level in our state, we have identified the mandals when the sowing season starts. So these are the different weeks in our state we have identified. So according to the input dealers, department officials, they can mobilize the inputs. So the rain-fed farmer, they can access the inputs timely and they can go for the sowing. So this kind of strategy is very much important across the country. Wherever the information is not available, at least agriculture and meteorologists, they can generate this information in the country. And these are the some of the crop use. Some of the regions, even though it is a low rainfall year or near normal rainfall, some of the regions high intensity rainfall events will be experiencing. So that will be cause the inundation of the crops and causing, because of the excess moisture, most of the rain-fed crops will there will be a reduction in the yield. In order to avoid that raised bed system, recently in our state we have introduced this, and even high rainfall black soil region also cotton and soybean we have harvested good yields last year. Last year during southwest monsoon season, almost entire all districts experienced 50% above rainfall. And similarly, the raised bed system, BBF system, these are well adapted technologies. Again, we need to create awareness among the farming community. So wherever the heavy rainfall events are noticed, these kind of systems need to be introduced again. And this one more system, again, even though the forecast will be there, but the distribution is the major issue for agriculture, distribution of the rainfall. So during the, even last year also, high rainfall year, during the month of August, second fortnight of August, there is a dry spell, 2 weeks rainfall is under deficit category. So even that kind of situation is also we have a bit experienced. And this year, even though it is a low rainfall or near normal rainfall, so this kind of events may occur here and there across the country. So need to provide critical irrigations. For this, we have to adopt the micro irrigations. This is also very popular irrigation method across the country for commercial crops particularly. And a skip row irrigation like a wide row crop, cotton and like that. So that instead of giving irrigation in every row, we can skip one row. So that instead of giving one irrigation for 1 acre, we can provide irrigation for 1.5 acres to 2 acres without compromising in yield. This kind of knowledge also need to be popularized and need to create awareness. And also contingency is very much important. Seasons, if we realize like that low rainfall or near normal. So this is always department and scientists and agriculture, all related people. So they keep ready the contingent plans. So this for our state presently at district level, block level also, we kept we prepared this program and already designated the information to the Department of Agriculture officials, so that the information will be ready at a farmer doorsteps. So this is in brief about the impact of this coming southwest monsoon season rainfall and forecast given by IMD and agricultural operations in different parts of the country. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Srinivas, for a wonderful presentations. You have clearly mentioned what are the strategies should be there. So be with us because there is some discussion part will be there. Now we'll be having very interesting lecture. We have with us Dr. Robert Stefanski. He has waited for more than 1 hour to join. So Bob, sorry for this internet issues and thank you very much for your joining. So straight away, Bob, I'll be requesting you to give the very interesting presentation you have mentioned. Bob is now the chief of the Agriculture Meteorology Division in World Meteorology Organization, and he is also the co-lead of Integrated Drought Management Program in World Meteorology Organizations. Bob has a wide range of kind of knowledge throughout the world about these different aspects. So we are very happy that Bob is with us. So Bob, please now floor is with you. Please start your presentation, Bob.
Okay, can you hear me, Nabasu?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your patience. I just have a short presentation. Let me see if I can do this on my laptop. And this is going to be more focused on, let me do the entire screen. Okay, can you see? You can see the presentation?
Yes, Bob, we can see the presentation, yeah.
Okay, so I thought it'd be interesting to talk about, and this is from our colleagues from the European Center for Medium Range Forecasting, Andrew Robertson. So this is about sub-seasonal to seasonal forecasting. Now, this is just an overview, a very quick overview. As some of you are aware, within WMO, we have many different programs. We have the World Climate Research Program and the World Weather Research Program. So this is something we've been interacting with. And I thought at the end, there's a new project that's starting that is very interesting, I think, for agricultural meteorology. So this has been going, so what we call this is the sub-seasonal to seasonal forecasting prediction project. And what this is, and as you know, you have weather forecasts, daily or hourly, from numerical weather prediction models. We have seasonal climate forecasts, which is 3 months to maybe a year. And that would include these El Nino and La Nina forecasts that you're quite aware of and that WMO is involved in. And I see, and it's very good that you're connecting to the SASCOF, this South Asian Climate Outlook Forum, and seeing what the climate is going to, what the forecast is for the next 3 months. The time period that I'm looking at or going to show or describe is from a week to 3 months. And there's a consortium of models that can look at this time frame at even a weekly or daily basis. So I'm just going to quickly go through this. So this is just a summary. This is a database that they have. Again, this is the World Climate Research Program. The column on the far left are the different meteorological centers, UK Met Office, for example. Now you can see the time range from day 1 to day 32. Different resolution, but that's getting to very detailed things. But I think the interesting thing is looking at the forecasts, and you can see here some of these are actually daily. And so the thing is they're trying to give this, let's say call it day 10 forecast to day 90 forecast on a daily basis, and trying to fit in this gap between the short-term forecasts and the more longer-term forecasts. This is just some statistics on the database. Again, I think this is interesting that they're looking at sort of the aerosols, you know, in the with the numerical weather prediction, looking at the stratosphere, troposphere interactions, and also looking at the oceans. I think, especially for agriculture, and there's some, and I can share the presentation. You know, looking at these Madden-Julian oscillations. And so again, these are the timescales that these oscillations happen. I think for South Asia, this is also very interesting because this is a timescale of maybe 1 to 2 weeks. So they are trying to look at this time frame where you can get these oscillations that are not part of sort of the other forecast systems. They have a real-time pilot initiative. Again, this is sort of ending, but I'll talk about another project that is starting. And you can see here they're looking at the water, energy, health sector, and agriculture and food security. You can see the number of the consortia here. And they're trying to identify on these sub-seasonal, seasonal forecasts how you can do this by the different organizations, how to engage with users, develop an understanding of this sub-seasonal, seasonal forecast value, and develop the best practice guidelines and recommendations to try to use these forecasts. They're looking at some of these competitions between, I think, AI, and just looking at the different comparisons between these models. That gets into maybe more about a detail. They do look at a range of parameters. This is the 2-meter temperature and the precipitation. Again, you have the different centers with the models and how they compare. They're also looking at the plans for this year. There's a meeting coming up. But the main thing I wanted to share with everybody, is here we go. This is a new project that we are involved in. So as Nabasu said, I actually my division in WMO deals with agriculture, energy, and health. By training, I'm an agricultural meteorologist. I have other colleagues dealing with climate and energy issues and climate and health issues. So this is the new project called SAGE. It's subseasonal applications for agriculture and energy. And they're looking at, again, focusing on what I just showed is the enhanced physical science basis, improved science on forecast development. And this is something that I will get involved in with my colleagues on the agromet side, is the user interactions and engagement. So this is why I'm showing this to this group. I think is one of the pilot areas we can possibly look at is South Asia. And so what we're trying to do here with the SAGE project is build on successes of this sub-seasonal, seasonal database and pilot applications, knowing where the forecasts will or will not exhibit skill, educating the users on knowing appropriate actions, effective forecast development and communication. Again, where I'll be involved is tailored products or co-produced products for specific user groups. So again, what we mean by this is that the weather and climate community typically make a forecast, let's say a forecast map, or what is the forecast for rainfall or temperature. However, as users for agriculture, what we want to know is there any skill on knowing the start of the rainy season, the length of the rainy season, and the ending of the rainy season? Is there also some skill on knowing, are there predicted dry spells or excessive wet spells during the next month? So again, this is where the sub-seasonal seasonal project is looking at, is in this 10-day to 90-day period, and trying to get some better skill on these forecast issues. So that's what I have. Again, this is on behalf of my colleagues at the World Weather Research Program. So we do connect with each other across the forecasting spheres and the user spheres. So Again, as an ag meteorologist, I talk to my forecasting colleagues quite a bit. And happy to share the presentation. And so, colleagues, this is just a brief overview of the subseasonal seasonal projects and the new project that's just starting that I think is very relevant for the agriculture community, especially in South Asia. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Bob, thank you very much. Particularly, you have highlighted the SAGE project. So maybe in future, we will explore how this SAFOM SAMA can be connected to the SAGE project and can do a joint venture for the benefit of the farmers in this region. Bob, if possible, if you stay with us, if it's possible, maybe in the discussion part, our participant may ask some question to you, right? Okay.
I'm happy to stay on.
Okay. Dr. Shivakumar, you are with us. Can you hear me? Dr. Shivakumar, can you hear me? You just unmute your system. No, we can't hear you, sir. I'll share your presentation, but you just unmute your system. Sound is not coming. Now you can hear me? So, sir, we will come back to you after that. Please stay with us, sir, kindly. Now we have already completed the presentation from India and Bangladesh. They both are very wonderful presentations. Now we move to Nepal, where subseasonal forecast and long-range forecast has a lot of meaning to the valley and the hills. So I'll be requesting Mrs. Vibhuti Pokral he is a senior divisional meteorologist, Department of Hydrology and Meteorology, Nepal, and also Dr. Shivnandan Shah from Nepal. So over to Mrs. Pokral from Nepal.
Thank you, Dr. Navansu. Am I audible?
Yes, you are completely audible.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So my presentation, as you have, told us on long-range forecast for 2023 Southwest Monsoon season rainfall and its application to South Asian agriculture. I think Dr. Shivnandan Shah, he won't be here because of his busy schedule. And from NARC, Mr. Rameswar Rimal, he's also on field trip, and also friends from ministry. I have requested them to join, but maybe because of some problems, they may not join. And I'd like to start it, presentation. So this is the background, agriculture, it contributes to 27% of GDP. This I have also mentioned in one of the previous, presentation. And rice ranks first in terms of area cultivated production. So rice is our...
We cannot see your screen actually.
Screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you share your presentation, Vibhuti?
Yeah, I think okay.
No, yeah. Please share.
Yeah. Okay. So, yes. Now, yeah. Can you see my slide?
Now we can see now. Right.
Yeah. Okay. So rice ranks first in terms of area of cultivation.
Please go to play mode. In fact, play mode for showing the full screen.
Play mute.
Show the full screen. Play mode.
think I can get you. Nick? Hmm. Let's see. Is it okay?
No.
Yeah, you're present. Yeah, it will be coming now. Yes.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's
No.
okay. You start.
Yeah, okay. So, rice ranks first in terms of area of cultivation and is also, major crop for Nepal. So, when we talk about monsoon from June to so according to consensus statement released by this 22nd session of South Asian Climate Outlook Forum, are normal to below normal rainfall. It's predicted over most parts of the South Asia. And when you come to Nepal, seasonal monsoon outlook issued from Climate Division also predicted most parts of the country will receive normal to below normal rainfall. Rainfall forecast shows 35 to 45% chances of below normal rainfall in most parts of the country, whereas chances of normal rainfall in mid and northeastern part of Kosi province, southeastern part of Bagmati province, and in most part of Madhya province. And similarly, maximum temperature forecast shows 35 to 55% chances of above normal maximum temperature in most parts of the country. And when we go to minimum temperature, so shows that 35 to 45% chances of above normal temperature in many parts of country, whereas normal in mid part of Sudurpashchim province, midwestern part of Karnali province, northern part of Gandaki and Bagmati province, eastern and western part of Lumini province, and eastern part of Madhya province. So I am again moving to monsoon 2079 or seasonal monsoon outlook of 2022, which predicted most parts of country will receive normal to above normal rainfall. But what happened was most of the agricultural sector experienced dry.
Vibhuti, sorry to interrupt. Your slide is not moving.
It's not moving. Okay.
No.
The problem exactly. Maybe I can share it again.
You make it in, yeah.
Yeah, I stop sharing. Yeah. So, entire screen. Now cancel. Here. Is it moving now?
You go to the next. Yeah, it is a second slide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is monsoon. I'm talking about monsoon 2079 or seasonal monsoon outlook 2022, which predicted most parts of country will receive normal to above normal rainfall. And what happened was agriculture sector would experience dry spells during monsoon season, especially in Tarai region. But overall area, our agriculture sector, it was much stressed. And what we see that, even till August, August 15, they were planting rice. Plantation was done. So what is planning for monsoon 2080 after the seasonal outlook from 2023? Less than normal rainfall, increasing minimum and maximum temperature mean chances of increasing drought, which could bring about stress in agriculture sector because of shortage of rainfall, increase in crop diseases. So we are, agri advisories related with pest diseases and irrigation we will be issuing regularly. And since DHM has issued seasonal forecast for rainfall for monsoon season, climate resilient crop varieties for rice is a special priority for this monsoon season. And again, to manage the better crop production, farmers they are advised for land preparation and sowing of crops and make necessary adjustment in sowing and harvesting and developing these adaptation strategies, pests and diseases for timely action. This is a process that will continue throughout the season as and when necessary. But it's also in the dissemination part. But wherever we could, we have relayed these messages. And we will be disseminating through advisories from, we also have our Gandaki province.
Vibhuti, sorry, actually what you do, you go to presentation mode and then you just make it scroll, because it is standing in one slide only. Okay.
Okay.
You go to the presentation mode and then you just scroll it, right?
Okay. I'll do that.
Because the slides are wonderful, but we can't see.
Okay. Now we can see it. Yeah. Now is it okay now?
But it is going down. Just see. Can you go to the next slide?
Okay.
Yeah, it's going now. Yeah, it's going now. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay. So Yusuf, weather forecast, from Gandaki province and dissemination through email, SMS, and Google groups. It will be going on throughout the season. And we have also, we have also selected some climate resilient varieties for rice, drought tolerance. These are Sukahan, Loktantra, Bhaiya, Makwantu. These are for, these are drought tolerant varieties. And Bahu Guni Dhan, Bahu Guni, these are some of the drought and submergence tolerant rice system, and alternate waiting and this and DSR system for direct seeding, also Tarahara, Hardina. And for warm temperate climate like Kathmandu Valley and Mid Hills, we have also selected some varieties, Kumal 4, 6, 11, and these are cold tolerant. These are also climate resilient varieties for rice like Ali Dhan and Changanna. So these are some of these varieties, because rice is on our top priority. So we are focusing more on rice, and after the seasonal outlook and for other crops, it will be on the process. For requirements and expectations, long range forecasting of seasonal outlook. This is not only sufficient for farmers, we also need to update them regularly with sub-seasonal forecasts required at different growth stages. And agromet section, we are also trying to move further on the sub-seasonal forecast. This is on high demand. And monsoon onset and withdrawal dates for land preparation, sowing, transplanting, harvesting. This is also on high demand from farmers and from every other agriculture sector. Similarly, breaks in monsoon season for irrigation scheduling, and occurrence of heavy rainfall for early warning. Generally, we use from 7-day forecast. We used to do that, but if we have sub-seasonal forecast, then it will be more easier. Our task will be more easier. And again, location is specific, especially high resolution quantitative forecast. This is always on demand. And this is the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank our team from NARC and from Ministry for helping, in all this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vibhuti, to you and to NARC also, where you have shown nicely that how you can use that seasonal to sub-seasonal. So be with us. If please join in the discussion part also. So now we switch over to Sri Lanka. Dr. Siromani Jayarandha, Director, Forecasting and Decision Support System, Department of Meteorology, Colombo. And she will present along with this Department of Agriculture. So over to Dr. Siromani.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nabonsu. I hope my slides are visible now and my voice is audible.
Yes, perfectly, right, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And so this presentation is jointly produced by myself and Aruni Abesekar, Mrs. Aruni Abesekar, Assistant Director, Agriculture Department. And this is our seasonal prediction team, led by Mrs. Anusha Varnasinghe. So today I will discuss the introduction part and seasonal prediction. Agromet advisories will be discussed by Mrs. Aruni Abesekar. So Sri Lanka, we have 4 climatic seasons. Sri Lanka is influenced by southwest monsoon season. We start our monsoon generally from May to September. and then northeast monsoon from December to March, and then in between we experience convective showers during the intermonsoon seasons from March to April and October and November. So this is the spatial distribution of climatological rainfall pattern. So southwest monsoon May to September contribute 30% to the annual rainfall, and second intermonsoon October November also contribute 30%, and northeast monsoon 26%, and first intermonsoon 14%. So seasonal predictions usually we develop considering ensemble forecast from World Meteorological Organizations, global producing centers, and then we consider RIMES focus system, and there's a regression model provided by Tokyo Climate System, and CLIC, APEC Climate Center, CLIC also we use, and climate predictability tool also we use. And these are the global producing centers and how we downscale these global products from climate predictability tool. And so this is the climate outlook forum rainfall outlook. It predicted above normal rainfall over the southwestern parts of Sri Lanka, and there's no signal for the rest of the country. And temperature is likely to be above normal. And in addition to that, actually, we also consider the prevailing climate drivers like ENSO, and like earlier speakers mentioned, so El Nino condition is likely to emerge by June. When we consider the historical data, and when we develop the composite analysis, we found that especially central parts of the country get low rainfall during El Nino events. And again, Indian dipole, Indian Ocean, positive Indian Ocean dipole also likely to emerge by June, July, August. So like El Nino, positive also Indian Ocean dipole also affects our central mountain region rainfall, because in western slopes of the central is nearly 50% rain received during southwest monsoon. Generally, we receive less rain during positive IODs as well as during El Nino events. When we convert the South Asian climate outlook into the national outlook, we expect above normal rainfall over the these low-lying areas of southwestern parts, and mountain regions we expect below normal rainfall because El Nino and positive IOD conditions likely to emerge. And then in terms of temperature, we expect above normal temperatures throughout the season. And these are the seamless forecasts provided by Department of Meteorology. We develop future climate projections based on CMIP 5 data, and this is the long range prediction, 3 months and month and season. So every month we develop next 3 months outlook, and as well as next month outlook. In addition to that, like today we discuss about the subseasonal prediction also, because Sri Lanka is significantly influenced by Madden-Julian oscillation. Those this 4-week predictions also we use. Here we use ECMWF predictions as well as NCMRWF extended range predictions also. So it's mentioned, like up to 15th of this May, we expect heavy above normal rainfall. After that, you can see that there will be a less rainfall till June 5th. So we expect delay of monsoon this time, because the climatological onset date is 25th. We expect some sort of at least 1 or 2 weeks delay of the onset of monsoon this time. And then we have 9-day forecast, which is very popular among our stakeholders, and then early warnings as well as real-time information. And this South Asian Climate Outlook Forum, after that, we disseminate this information through the Monsoon Forum. This time we held this Monsoon Forum on 5th May. So this is gives us a platform to discuss about the different products. We develop forecast products, and we get the experience how they have utilized these products, and what are their experience, and how we their recommendations to improve these products during this National Monsoon Forum. This Monsoon Forum is technically supported by RIMES and UNESCAP. And so the agricultural part, I would like to invite Mrs. Aruni Abesekara to continue from here. Aruni, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Shiromani. I think you can hear me, no?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll briefly discuss with you how the agriculture sector of Sri Lanka get benefits from the weather forecast issued by the Department of Meteorology Sri Lanka, especially related to the southwest monsoonal rainfall. Actually, our staple food in Sri Lanka is rice, and the agriculture sector contributes about 8.7% to the national GDP, according to the current updates. And over 30% of Sri Lankans are employed in agriculture sector. And as Dr. Shiromani explained, in Sri Lanka we have 4 rainfall seasons. Based on those 4 rainfall seasons in agriculture, we have 2 major cultivation seasons. One is Yala season, the other one is Maha season. Yala season contribute the first inter-monsoon rains and southwest monsoon seasons. And again for Maha season, we receive rain from second inter-monsoon rain and northeast monsoon rainfall. Normally, during Yala season, we receive rain to the southwestern part of the country. We receive higher amount of rain for the southwestern part, that means our wet zone, but the agriculture is mainly based on the dry and intermediate zone, because suitable lands and soil are located in the dry and intermediate zone. So we consider our Maha major season as our Maha season. It receives rainfall from mainly northeast monsoon and second inter monsoon. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah. Based on the weather prediction given by Department of Meteorology, we take very important decisions related to our agricultural planning. Mainly, we start our land preparation activities for the 2 major seasons based on the weather prediction of the onset of the rainfall for the season. Again, depending on the water availability of the season, throughout the season, we consider the extent of crop, that is cultivation of how extent of the cultivation of paddy, and again about the oilseeds. If we receive higher amount of rains or satisfactory amount of rain during the season, we go for full extent of paddy cultivation. Otherwise, we advise farmers to go for other field crops, especially short age legumes. And again, deciding the age classes also. For paddy, if we have plenty of water within the season, according to the prediction, we go for higher high yield, long age rice varieties, such as 4-month or 4.5-month aged rice varieties. Again, if they give a prediction of near normal rainfall, then we ask farmers to go for 3 or 3.5-month aged rice varieties. Or if they give us a prediction for below normal, then we ask farmers to go for 2.5 or 3 months age rice varieties, so on and so forth. And again, when we decide the type of other field crops and time allocation for the land preparation activities, and again, when we deciding the irrigation water distribution also, the forecast is very important. Normally, we mainly give the priority for irrigation water for drinking, and again for producing electricity and agriculture, so on. Then what is the contribution for agriculture is also decided considering the weather forecast. And again, during controlling pest and diseases, also the weather forecast, especially the temperature forecast, is very important. Next slide, please. To give those kind of information to the farmer community, we produce agromet advisories. We normally produce the advisories before every cultivation season, and again during the every month during the first week of every month. Normally we take the information from the weather forecast or seasonal outlook issued by the Department of Meteorology for coming 3 months, and again we use the weekly forecast and the 10-day forecast, as Dr. Shiromani mentioned, to set those set of recommendations. Normally produce the agromet advisory. We have advisory committee, and using the normally we disseminate these advisory through National Agricultural Information and Communication Center through mails and WhatsApp and other social media, and again through radio programs and also as posters. In Sri Lanka, we use 3 languages, Sinhala, Tamil and English. We distribute or disseminate the information in all 3 languages. Next slide. Next slide. Yes. These are the members of the Agromet Advisory Committee. You can see it includes officers in the different disciplines in the agriculture department, such as officers work related to paddy and other field crops or pest and diseases, entomologists or pathologists, and again some outsiders from the Department of Agriculture, such as DOM, Irrigation Department, Mahaweli Authority of Sri Lanka, or Agrarian Development Center, like that. Next slide. Yes. If I discuss something about our recent ultimate advisory, based on the monsoonal forecast by Department of Meteorology, especially at the Monsoon Forum. Actually, from this advisory, we advise according to the weather forecast. You can also see that we will receive rain to the southwestern part of the country, that is to the wet zone, but no weather prediction for the dry and intermediate zones. Therefore, we ask our farmers to get the maximum benefits of water in the reservoirs and save as much as possible for the available water in the reservoirs. And again, although this is the minor season, as I explained earlier, at the beginning of the season, during the first intermonsoon period, we receive considerable amount of rains. And again, now our other agricultural inputs, such as fertilizer issue, is somewhat solving. Therefore, this time farmers start their cultivation activities at the satisfactory level. So we hope this yellow season will be a successful season. And again, as I explained earlier, we ask farmers to go for short age. That means 3 months rice varieties, because of the water. When we consider the 3 months forecast, we can see that there can be a water limiting or below normal situations for the for the dry and intermediate zone. We ask farmers to go for 3 months aged rice varieties. And there is another pest problem now arising. It is a caterpillar damage. It is also related with the weather information. So we are now regularly update our officers who are working related to that field about the current weather information. Next slide, please. So now I can conclude our presentation with the summary. Since January 2013, DOM has begun issuing 3 monthly and monthly forecasts regularly. 9-day forecasts are very popular among stakeholders, especially flood forecasting and early warning. They consider 9-day forecasts are reasonably accurate. TASCOP seasonal climate outlook is discussed with the stakeholders at the Monsoon Forum, the National Climate Outlook Forum, So far, 28 monsoon forums were held with technical support of RISE. It provides a platform to improve decision making based on reliable climate information to receive the observed climate and forecast performance during the previous season, to obtain feedback from the stakeholders on the behavior of the past season and usability of forecast, and to share the climate information based on the consensus outlook prepared at SASCO for subsequent season with climate sensitive user communities through collaboration and interactive discussions. Based on the outlook provided by Department of Meteorology, the Department of Agriculture Sri Lanka produced agromet advisories, including a set of recommendations to carry on a successful Yala season 2023 Yala season. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both of you. An excellent presentation. Actually, most of the SAFA member, we may not be knowing how best you are doing for the meteorological part, and so it's wonderful. So I'm requesting both of you stay with us for the discussion part. Dr. Shivakumar, can you hear me? We can't hear you, sir. No, sir, we can't hear. Any problem in here? You have any other system? Or you have a mobile, sir? We can't hear you, sir. Maybe there is some problem in your system, sir, because so, sir, stay with us. So we go for the next presentation. We are very, thankful that to Myanmar. Actually, now Mocha is about to make a landfall in Myanmar, maybe today night or tomorrow morning, but they're extremely busy, meteorological department and agriculture department. But in spite of these things, both from meteorological department, Mrs. Han Sui, and from the agriculture department, Dr. Kim Myo Than, both are here with us. We are really, from my part and from all the participant parts, Sapom and Sama, thank both of you for your gracious presence. So over to you, Sue and Thank, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Can I share my presentation first?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we want to see you also. You show your video.
Okay. I will try, because now
we can see you now. Yeah. Yeah, proceed.
I'm in another office in the
I know.
Operation Center in the National Disaster Management Committee here. So sorry for that.
Okay.
I will try my best. Can I share my presentation now?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay.
But make it full screen if possible. Otherwise, continue.
Yeah, now it's okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Today, on behalf of our Myanmar participants, we have two main parts. One is which data information we use for the seasonal forecast especially for southward monsoon season 2023. And second burst is the when we issue the seasonal forecast for especially for agriculture, they will apply our forecast. So today we would like to try these two parts. First of all, I would like to present about the long range forecast for the southward monsoon rainfall season 2023 in Myanmar. In my presentation, I have four parts. Firstly, which data and information we use, and which time will issue the climate seasonal forecast, monthly and 10-day forecast also. And we in last month 2020 last month April 28 we have issued the southern monsoon season forecast. And as a final part from agriculture, Dr. Kinyuta, she will discuss about the comprehensive preparedness for the agriculture in the monsoon season 2023. Here you can see the when we collect the data for before we issue the southern monsoon forecast, we collect that data especially
And
for
your presentation is moving, not moving. You are in the fast slide still. Yeah, now it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, now it's okay. Yeah.
Okay. So in this slide, before we issue the forecast, we prepared some data and information from the Global Climate Prediction Center and also Regional Climate Center and also NWB. Especially for now we are using the WAF model, and also we also use the statistical analysis like climate prediction tool, and also we also reference the consensus statement on the set graph, and in our department we still use the analog methods. That data information before we issue the southern monsoon system, we collecting the data and reference data information before we issue the southern monsoon season forecast. Firstly, we collect the data from this center. Here I highlighted the red color for this climate information timeline. Last month, April 28, we issued the general weather outlook for the southern monsoon season 2023. And in October 28, we will issue the general weather outlook for the northeast monsoon season. And for the in southern monsoon season, we have three parts like early monsoon, peak monsoon, and late monsoon. In April 28, we already issued the early forecast for early monsoon season, and in June 28, we will issue the peak monsoon season, and August 28, we will issue the late monsoon forecast like this. Here, this is focused for the southward monsoon season. And in Myanmar, we have four parts. One is southern part of Myanmar, second one, Delta area, and third one is central Myanmar. And fourth one is the northern part of Myanmar, we call the Bakom Myanmar. And here we can see on left-hand side, in our focus, during the May 13 to 18, this is most onset date for the southern part of Myanmar. And in that area, our focus monsoon onset date during the May 19 to 24. For the central Myanmar, during May 25 to 31st. And in the whole Myanmar, our focus monsoon onset is during from June 1st to 6th. This is our monsoon onset date for the 2023 monsoon season. And this is our weather forecast for the southern monsoon season 2023. We have three parts: early monsoon season, peak monsoon, and late monsoon. In monsoon season, we issue the how many times for the low pressure area will fall in the Bay of Bengal. And in our forecast, four low pressure area we found in the Bay of Bengal, and these four low pressure area are two has further intensify into the depression like this. And for the monsoon intensity, our focus need to moderate. For the big monsoons, is also low pressure area. Among these four, two will be intensify into the depression, and the monsoon condition is strong. And for the late monsoon season, so there is three low pressure area, and one has further intensified to the depression. For the monsoon intensity is weak to moderate. This is our weather forecast for the southern monsoon season 2023. This is the rainfall forecast for the southern monsoon season. We have three. In first one is for the early monsoon season. Here you can see in upper Myanmar, like Chin, Zagai, Chin, and Northern Chiang is below normal. And other remaining state and region is the normal. This is the early monsoon season forecast. The monsoon season in the sandbar, like central and the Delta area, our forecast. Some region and state is above normal, especially for Delta area. And other remaining state and region is a normal condition. This is the rainfall forecast in the peak monsoon season. And for the late monsoon season, here you can see in the whole Myanmar is the normal condition in the late monsoon season. This is our rainfall forecast for the southern monsoon season 2023. This is for the final part for my presentation. So, second part, Dr. Kim Yu from the Assistant Director from the Department of Agriculture, she will discuss about the comprehensive preparation for the agriculture based on our southern monsoon season forecast. Over to Dr. Kemuta, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon from Myanmar, and we have listened about the several preparedness for the agriculture sectors. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Yes.
Yeah, so, yes, thank you. And so, Myanmar agriculture sector is very important for the food security in the country. So current agriculture has been facing the climate change and also the disasters. So making climate smart agriculture is a prerequisite to us along the potential producing priority and the achieving the food security. So therefore, weather focused information from the Department of Meteorology and Hydrology is also very important for making the specific action plans for the agriculture sectors. Next slide, please. So therefore, Department of Agriculture, according to the climate forecast information and climate weather events, so we have made the necessary arrangement of the specific action plans such as cropping pattern modifications, flood mitigation plans, and in the respective state and regions. So as well as during these seasons, we have got the very important information from the Department of Meteorology and Hydrology. So we have preparing for the and we have to make the official announcements in the for them to prepare for them to losses for the farmers and during the extreme weather regions for the crop planning and management. Next slide, please.
Mr. Adhikari, please unmute your system. Mr. PB Adhikari.
Can you see? I already moved.
Yeah, continue.
Can I proceed?
Yeah, start, continue.
For that, yeah, so we have made a comprehensive preparedness for the monsoon season 2023. So for that, we have to make the storage for the research seeds, including the rice seeds and the other legume crops in respective states and regions. So also there, we have made the to use the in case of the we have the make of the saltwater intrusion, we have make the saline tolerant varieties and submergence tolerant varieties. And if ever we have imposed for the flood affected areas to replant the monsoon resistant rice in time by using the reserve buildings and for the quick growing of the zone acreage to we are making the direct seeding method with the from the farm missionaries. So also the in some cases some crops are nearly to harvest and we are making the use of the combined use of the we are making the recommendation of the some of the fertilizers and use of the organic materials for some of the affected areas. So also the distribution of the some seeds for in order to make the to replenish for the damaged crops. So we also make the sharing the climate information providing the agro advisory office advices to the farmers not only for the monsoon rice preparation but also for the summer crops that are also the standing and it is nearly to harvest and some are nearly in the standing crops. So next slide please. Next slide please.
Yeah. It's okay.
It's not moving. So for the technology of the transfer to the farmers as well as to the for the preparedness for the emergency cases and the technology transfer by using the Department of Agriculture is we have making the questions and answers data for the from the call centers and we have the Department of Agriculture website. In that we can make it upload the agent with the information as well as we also have the headquarter Facebook page as well as the representative state and regions individual Facebook page. So also we have also the Viber and we are consulting the answering the questions to the Vibers in which making the Viber groups in which the same subject matters and the same interests are gathered. So we are making the in e-library and for the some of the cases we have the farmer channel and broadcasting some of the hot issues from the farmer channels and in case some of the mobile applications not only from the Department of Agriculture in collaboration with the other private sectors. We are making the mobile applications and in which we can get the, some of the technology as well as the updated weather information from the mobile applications and we also making the official announcement from the information center. Next slide, please.
Can you see? I already moved. Yeah, I already moved. It's okay. It's okay. I already.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, the slide is not moving in my side. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, in my side, the slide is not moving.
Oh, but for the our side, I already moved.
Is it okay from your side? So
yeah.
So this what I can see the slides now, and so we can get the opportunities from the information of the Department of Meteorology and Hydrology. With the focus, what we have done is we are making the preparation of the onset and outset onset of the monsoon season have to adjust the timing of the sowing seasons and as well as the harvest seasons. So the weather forecast information are very helpful for the farmers, not only for the adjusting of the cropping patterns in the respective state and regions. So the information, so the amount of information where the rainfall is very useful for us. So in some cases, post-harvest agrometeorological, we can get the agrometeorological bulletins. So we can transfer to the state and regions also there. So we can make the early warning of the monsoon season reports. So we can make it very useful for the without. So we can make the early post-harvest management without affecting the quality and quantity of the crops. The next slide, please.
Okay, this is the last one. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the last.
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see the slide. And so for the future development, for the more provision of the agro advisory service to the farmers, so we have to use the enhanced utilization of the weather forecast to the education of the sectoral users. So to promote the training and education for the farmers and for the awareness for the widespread of the climate information in case of the emergency. So to set up the early warning and early action system in Myanmar, as well as for the not only for the crop protection, but also for the socio-economic life of the farmers. So more on provision of the more free service of the short messages. So we are trying to provide to the information for the farmers based on the information of the provider from the Department of Meteorology and Hydrology. And today I also get some of the information from the other countries, and thanks for letting me join in these workshops. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Han and Kant, for in spite of busy schedule about the severe cyclone which is approaching. You made a detailed presentations. We're extremely happy to see the kind of activities going on in Myanmar also. Thank you very much once again. Now we have with us Dr. Shivakumar. Dr. Shivakumar, can you hear me? There is a genuine problem in your sound system, I think, in your. No, we can't hear you. So, sir, one thing we can just take your permission that, we'll wait for you, but if you cannot be connected, I will show with your due permission your slides. Actually, those who are joining, at least they can see that what exactly you want to convey. And that I'll try to do at the end of this, even if I would not connect you. So we move on to next presentation for Afghanistan, where the agrometeorology is developing very fast. We have with us Mr. Najibullah Osmani, who is a GIS specialist and GIS and Agro Department Director of Statistics and Information Management, Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, Afghanistan. So over to Osmani.
Hello, good noon to all participants.
Just sorry, Osmani, I think Mr. Wadullah is with you. I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. So, yeah. Thank you very much for joining, both of you. Okay. Continue.
As you know, my presentation may not be as rich as other participants, as we receive very little of the monsoon precipitation. And the financial and material resource that we usually have at our disposal. All the action presented in this presentation is based on the internal discussion that I personally had with the most relevant directorate within Ministry of Agriculture, rangeland, livestock, strategic, grain, reserve and research. For the last few days that I was not able to actively participate in SIFOM activities was because of my professional engagement and country attendance a workshop on a hydromet related project in Islamabad. Now I share my presentation. Sorry. Can't share. Why it's not?
मल्टीप्लेक्सर क्या होता है इसके द्वारा क्या एक क्वेश्चन पूछे जा सकते हैं ऑब्जेक्टिव प्लस ऑब्जेक्टिव ठीक है तो सबसे पहले हम देखते हैं कि मल्टीप्लेक्सर जो होता है ये द्वारा एक
I can't share my screen.
के पास
Are you here with me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Okay, Osmani. Yes. Yes.
A long-range forecast for the 2023 Southeast monsoon seasonal rainfall and its application in South Asia agriculture. A summary of the long-term forecast of monsoon: above normal precipitation, below normal precipitation, precipitation variability in terms of frequency and distribution. La Nina has changed to a natural condition. Impact of low high monsoon precipitation in Afghanistan. Meteorological agriculture drought. Impact of low precipitation on rice cultivation. Second crop bushel failure. Rangeland failure. Higher precipitation and temperature means outbreak of disease plant animal. And sufficient food production, loss of glaciers, flood and landslide. Recommended strategies in agriculture based on LRF 2023 and South Asia drought. Closely monitoring the situation and keeping the leadership information on weather patterns. Prepare a drought response plan for herder and livestock owners. Working on reforestation, afforestation, working on restoration of rangeland, quarantine, alternative grazing, manual seedings, etc. Introduction of drought tolerant varieties. Introduction of high efficiency irrigation technology, drip, sprinkler irrigation. Watershed management, soil and water conservation. Recommended strategic in agriculture based on LRF 2023 and South Asia above normal precipitation. Working on reforestation, afforestation, working on restoration of rangeland, manual seeding, etc., watershed management, soil and water conservation, allocation of contingency budget in case of drought. It's our presentation. It was very simple because we don't have any time. Before I say we are in Islamabad, now we have a meeting with WEMU. Thank you very much.
No, Osmani, I thank you because you are out of station, but still, I mean, we can get some kind of glimpses, ideas that what are the things Afghanistan is trying to do with the long-range forecast. But again, you know, the SAFOM family, we can share our ideas and maybe this kind of thing we can be in a position to implement other activities also. So thank you very much, both of you, Usmani and Wadullah, for joining here. So now we move on to 3 countries. I am not very sure whether they are here. But before that, again, I'll try for Shiv Kumar. Dr. Shiv Kumar, can you hear me? No, sir, I can hear you. So, sir, what I'll do, I will show the presentations of yours, and so that at least whatever the things you have done, people should know. But before that, we move on to 3 countries where I don't know whether they are present here. Anybody from Bhutan? I don't think so. Anybody from Maldives? Pakistan? In fact, I have not got such confirmation from the 3 countries. But nevertheless, with the due permission from Shiv Kumar, I'll just try to show what exactly you want to show to all of us. So he is, I'm audible. Dr. Das, I'm audible?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Dr. Shivakumar could write some message on the chat box if he has any other issues, connection issues. He could write some message on the chat box
regarding
his network problem, because he is not responding because of his mind.
He is talking, but the thing is not coming to us. Yeah. So, but what I was thinking that as he has prepared that thing, at least the participants should see that what exactly. That is my idea. So I'm just going on, but I am not getting his consent also. That is the problem.
That's what I'm saying.
What should I do, Dr. Das?
He could give his consent. He is raising his hand. That means he is hearing you.
He is giving?
He is raising his hand. Okay.
That means he is giving the consent, right?
Yeah, that means he is giving the consent. Okay.
Okay. So let me finish it very quickly that he is giving sub-seasonal to seasonal weather forecast for managing inter-seasonal variability in agriculture, because he has he has worked with different countries and he has enough knowledge on this subject. So his presentation is Southwest Monsoon Season in South Asia, climate change and extreme weather, impact of rainfall variability on agriculture, need for sub-seasonal to seasonal weather forecast, managing the agriculture in South Asia, and then first conclusion. So he said that because of the effect of agriculture, flora, fauna, and climate of South Asian, such as Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, among other economic, social, and environmental effects, the monsoon is one of the most anticipated and tracked. This has been clearly, mentioned in other participants also, and he has mentioned that from June onwards to September, and 75 to 90% annual rainfall is coming, except in Sri Lanka and southern part of India. So that is why it is so much economic importance, in South Asian region, Southwest monsoon. But as is though it's a transboundary in nature, across South Asia, climate change is making monsoon more erratic and less dependable. Most of the, Director General in our area has mentioned elsewhere that these days, because of the climate change, the predictability of the monsoon at different scale is very, very challenging, what he is trying to convey. Next is that he has shown that how the monsoon progress, over this subcontinent, and 1st of June it is coming to Kerala coast, and then on 10th Sabimala, West Bengal, Sikkim, and then it is going this. So mostly, he has mentioned that most of the years is 29th of May its arrival is there. And also he has mentioned the Witjal part, where also the Witjal part and it starts, and from the northern part, from Jammu Kashmir, and then it is going down south. I mean, even also when with Jalpat is there, significant rainfall has been anticipated and observed also. And he has shown that the distribution that in 2022, out of 36 metro subdivision, 12 subdivision received excess rainfall, 18 received normal, so and 6 divisions sub. That is, he want to mention that even also we are giving the forecast about the country as a whole, but the distribution differs in different part, which has been observed in 2022. And during Southwest Monsoon 22, all India minimum temperature 24 to 50 with annually 0.43 was fourth highest after the years 2019, where it was 24.66, and 22 it is 24.6, and 2021 it is 20.5. So the minimum temperature of East and Northeast India, he has mentioned also that annually is 0.84, was the highest, and Northwest India, the anomaly is 0.72, was also the highest since 1901. That is why he was emphasizing that climate change, which has been signaling, so it is very much observed now. And maximum temperature in East and Northeast India, it is annually is 1.23, and was the highest since 1901. The mean temperature of East and Northeast India, where annually is very high, 1.0. Since he has taken the value from 1901. Now he has mentioned climate change and extreme weather. All we know that because of greenhouse gases, CO2, CH4, and N2, how this temperature has been reflected. So he has made a detailed elaboration. So I will show the presentations to all of you. You can see. So because of the time constraint, I am just mentioning the important part that he has mentioned, that how the greenhouse gases has contributed this temperature in the Indian context. Then extreme events, he has mentioned that throughout human history, extreme events have played a major role in economic development and survival of humanity. The economic cost associated with extreme event has increased 14-fold since 1950. That is a very important observation he has delineated here. And he has mentioned the deaths since 1950 to increase to 50% each decade, where the corresponding population growth rate was 20%. So worldwide annual economic costs related to extreme weather have been estimated at about 50 to 100 billion US. By the year 2050, it is predicted that globally 100,000 lives will be lost each year to extreme events. That means you want to mention that how this kind of climate change and extreme events has compounded this kind of loss and vagaries in the subcontinent. And hydrometeorological extreme events, he was mentioning that this part of the region, drought, then heat wave, floods, tropical cyclone, landslide, forest scrap fires, windstorm, and others. Then impact of rainfall variability in agriculture. The dramatic growth of human population is imposing enormous pressure on existing farming production system. Weather and climate are amongst the biggest risk factor impacting farming performance and the management in South Asia. Climate variability and climate change contribute to the vulnerability of individual farms as well as the whole rural community. This also particularly impact on regional and world food security. Extreme weather and climate events such as severe drought, floods, and temperature shocks often strongly impact sustainable farming. Then he has mentioned about that what is the importance of weather and climate in South Asian agriculture, which has been mentioned by our other speakers also, and they showed that how this is important and how and what is the risk pattern and how it could be managed. And then he has mentioned the what is the theme of today is that There is a need of sub-seasonal to seasonal weather forecast in this region. According to World Meteorological Organization, the global data processing and forecasting system is an international mechanism that coordinates member capacities to prepare and make meteorological analysis and forecast product available to all the members, enabling delivery of harmonized services. These products are generated based on observational data and cutting-edge science. We have seen also some of the speakers have shown that WMO products, also how this is being used in that. And he has also mentioned that how this kind of products with this specialized meteorological center is integrating, synthesizing to provide daily guidance for short range, medium range, and hazardous weather and the related hazards in their geographical region. Then he has mentioned the models from WMO sub-seasonal, seasonal weather forecast. Bob also mentioned some of the models, whether it is the disease, that one of the severe weather forecasting program which has been operating for since a number of years, where WMO is giving very useful information through public service program also. Then also impact-based warning, which is very, very prevalent now in so many countries, even also India, that this is also is giving with national meteorological hydrological developing countries and least developed countries also. This will be a major kind of program in future also. Then IMD's report on sub-seasonal weather forecast also, CG has also mentioned that how they are using this kind of forecast with different kind of global models, and this has been every day this GFS products is being showing, and this is also bias corrected, and this is giving very good skill also. Then IMD's model sub-seasonal weather forecast, he has mentioned that from pre-monsoon to post-monsoon cyclone season 2020 to movable triple nested HRFL and different models from 6 to it is from 2 kilometers to 18 kilometers they are using. Then high resolution rapid refresh models they are using. Then they are using CFS V2, that is capital model with foot of kind of different members, and experimental ERA products which be prepared for that's agriculture veterinary sectors, which is basically a sub-seasonal forecast. Then he mentioned how to manage this with all this information agriculture. So he has mentioned in September 2015, 193 member states of United Nations endorsed the universal agenda entitled Transforming Our World, the 2020 agenda for sustainable development with 17 sustainable development goals. The preamble to SDGs announces to take the bold and transformative steps which are urgently needed to shift the world onto sustainable and resilient path, with their explicit aim to leave no one behind. The SDGs provided promising basis for addressing inclusive growth, shared prosperity, and multi-dimensional inequalities. Then he mentioned about addressing the climate change through sustainable agriculture development project. He has mentioned 4 points. One is addressing climate change. Then he has mentioned 4 of the 17 sustainable development goals. Then he has mentioned sustainable development goal with 13 addresses, and while addressing the other SDGs 2, 6, and 15, it is important to implement climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies. Then he has Bob has also showed this goal 2, 6, 13, 15 also, and climate change adaptation strategies he has mentioned, or other speakers also mentioned how this kind of adaptation strategies has been mentioned. Then climate change adaptation strategies he has continued for the livestock and others also, agroforestries. Then he has concluded, which I should read. All the major international agreement to which almost South Asian countries are now committed emphasize that countries should implement policies aimed at climate change mitigation and greater sustainability in the agriculture sector. Priority should be given for action that maximize synergies between adaptation, mitigation, food production, and sustainable development. Emphasis should be placed on high-level thinking on development pathways for effective natural resource management and sustainable agriculture. I'm extremely sorry because I think that the way he would be presenting, it is not going to that way. But nevertheless, I have tried that to present whatever exactly showed. I'm extremely sorry. Dr. Shiv Kumar, if anything wrong, please excuse me in presenting your presentation, which I am not in a position to present. So now almost we have finished the presentation part. Now the most, yes, can you, yes, Shiv Kumar ji, can you respond?
You're just indicating that you have presented well.
Okay, which is not true actually. I know that way, but nevertheless, now we are coming a very important part with the discussion. So discussion is open. So I'll be requesting all the participants. You can ask any question. You can give any suggestions to this kind of gathering. So it is open now.
Can I say a few words, Nabasu?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we had some very good presentations, and one thing very encouraging is that all the countries are preparing for the monsoon 2023 very well, and they are also aware of the coming El Nino situation and expected changes in the weather patterns, especially the likelihood of having some drought in some regions or deficient rainfall or change in the distribution of rainfall. And I really like two presentations that are for Bob Stefanski and Shiv Kumar, trying to focus on the S2S forecasting. And as you said, that IMD is looking at 6 models, but S2S forecast becomes very important in this monsoon season because of this El Nino impact. And how best you can really forecast the coming conditions will help us give extra time for preparations to meet those eventualities of weather. Now, what I think is there's the need for improvement of S2S forecasts. Most of these forecasts are more applicable to extratropical regions where we have the frontal systems, whereas in the tropical regions we have convective activity more predominant. So they become little shaky in these regions. Here, I think the MJO and dipole, these things maybe have more relevance to predict the conditions here. So what I suggest is if somebody is working on the S2S forecast, they can take on a grid-wise basis, maybe 5 degree by 5 degree or 10 degree by 10 degree, test each of the models, which is the best model fitting in that region, and then extend that to other regions to find where this, which region is failing to predict, and then try to concentrate to improve that part. Taking the whole region as one and trying to use the one model may not be applicable. So I think grid basis application of the S2S models may become some kind of information to us how to go about and how to make the modifications, what ensemble of models will be required for future. This is a small session I have. Thank you very much.
Sir, this is a wonderful suggestions. Actually, this is the things required. Just to mention you, sir, that in Monsoon Mission Project, IITM and with WMO, they are also trying to very high resolution subseasonal forecast they are working. Even Dr. Kamal has mentioned from Bangladesh that from Netherlands, some agencies are there, even Bangladesh Meteorological Department, they are also trying. Maybe next year, a very skillful products may be available. But again, we were discussing about with other parts that how this S2S forecast, in the 9 countries, can take a kind of mega project, with WM and others, so that whatever the, kind of benefit and success stories are going in Bangladesh and India, that can be replicated in other countries as well.
Yeah, my only point was, instead of testing one model for the region or just testing Ansible, you take a grid by grid basis. So suppose one country is there, take a grid around that country and see which model fits to that grid. Okay, if it fits to that grid very well, I think that is more useful to them than thinking of other countries. Each country may have this kind of thing. So taking by grid can help us in have better kind of clarification on these models.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. Dr. Ramanna Rao, sir.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see the presentations by the different countries. And
sir, we can't hear
they
you.
are now realizing the importance of long-range weather forecasting, subseasonal weather
You
forecasting,
unmute
all
your
that.
system, sir.
See, we can hear him. You are audible to me?
You can hear.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear.
Yes.
No problem.
So what we need is how to translate this forecast into action plans. See, the forecast have high resolution and identified vulnerable areas. Now we have to identify the vulnerable crops, vulnerable cropping systems, and see how the shortfall in production
Actually,
of these
maybe
crops
the
can
internet
be
problem, I
made up.
can't hear, Okay. He has finished?
No, he's talking.
Okay.
Now he's
Yeah, he's finished. We can hear him fine.
Yeah. So, to Professor U.S. Mohanty, please.
Yeah, very excellent presentations. I congratulate all the speakers. In spite of some initial trouble, I could hear most of the presentations. So definitely, actually, I think two more things may be added, because like now with the climate change, variability became more than the past. And in such scenario, actually more damage comes when we have a flash drought. A drought for a week or 2 weeks, because agriculture drought, if 2 weeks suppose very dry, then actually entire thing is spoiled. So how we can monitor the flash drought so that people can make a strategy for irrigation or something. And as others also raised, that in adverse situation, what is the adaptation strategy? And which is locally feasible. That is the most important thing. So flood is not so adverse than the drought. So I think we should more focus on the drought, particularly the flash drought. For that, maybe a satellite monitoring, which is now OSMOS and Sentinel and other satellite available, where soil moisture, because mainly the plant depend on the soil moisture and soil temperature. So therefore, if as you are telling exactly for these 9 countries, if you can have weekly or 2 weekly in advance prediction of the anomaly of the rainfall, both from observations and from modeling, can be done, and each country can make their own strategy for the farmers, so that if a such flash drought occurs, then what are the strategies to be taken? I feel that more flash droughts may occur in future, and particularly maybe this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful suggestions. We are noting down all these important points, which we can do, together. Now I'm going to Bob Stefanski. First of all, thanks very much for your wonderful presentation. Even also, the participants are also very happy with your presentation. So, Bob, can you just highlight that you have seen the problems and the initiative has been taken by the number of countries in South Asia. So how WMO can help us and to to more refined, doing the refined activities, and your suggestions and advice to all of us, how go ahead from where we are now. Over to Bob.
Thank you, Nabasu, and thank you for organizing this. It's very useful. And I know this has been continuing for a few years now. And so just for the colleagues on the call, Nabasu and I have periodic conversations. And based on this presentation and the previous webinars that we've had, we do want to, now that it's post-COVID, try to interact maybe more on a face-to-face basis. It's still maybe a challenge, but I think some of the recommendations we heard today, we want to try to move forward with. So, one thing at WMO, and I want to, again, congratulate all the colleagues on the excellent work. We're going to be revamping some of the websites, such as the World Agromet Information Service, adding all the bulletins, but more importantly, especially in the context of South Asia, and I didn't go into a lot of detail, but we have the forecast, for example, from the SASCOF. But I think we still need maybe what we call these tailored forecasts, right? What is the start of the rainy season? And I think it's this group and similar forums of regional agrometeorologists and with the ministries of agriculture, they're trying to define, and I think we know this, what your needs are. And I think we have all of the pieces in place. We have the forecasting systems. I think we have what the users need from the agricultural sector. And now we need to put that together and start working on some, maybe some, maybe not pilot products, but, trying to take the seasonal climate forecasts and make maybe more useful products for the agromet and agricultural sector. So Nabasu and I have been talking of trying to have some kind of, face-to-face workshop. Funding is always an issue. Or we can even have something virtually like this over a day or two. Or even a hybrid might even work as well. So we want to definitely, from the WMO point of view, continue this conversation with all the colleagues online and others, and seeing how we can move forward on some very practical and maybe operational steps. So that's what I would say. Again, I think the last few years have been a challenge with COVID. But I think we now have an opportunity to, re-engage, on a maybe a face-to-face level, or even virtual workshops, and to try to do that. So that's what I would propose, is have for South Asia especially, maybe an expanded version of today's workshop on really getting the users' needs from both the agromet and agriculture communities, and then really trying to work with, the RIMES group and other groups, and trying to tailor better products. I'm aware that many of the countries have, national agromet bulletins, and from the WMO perspective, this is what we want to encourage. Your decision makers, the farmers, what their specific needs are. So we want to develop a process of helping you develop better products at a regional and national level. Another topic that I work on, and Nabasu knows this, is also moving forward on some of the drought monitoring and drought prediction products as well. So you'll be hearing, more from WMO on these issues in the coming months. And just finally, so again, the last few years have been a challenge. So we had COVID, and also some of you are aware that we no longer have these individual commissions. So we used to have the Commission for Agricultural Meteorology. And in the WMO, we had 8 of these commissions. We sort of, well, no, we put them into 3. So just, and I'll send maybe some information to the group here in the next week or so, is that we now have the Services Commission. And under the Services Commission, we have something called the Standing Group on Services for Agriculture. And so this is where the commission activities now reside. And so we had a workshop, I think some of you participated last October, a virtual workshop, but inspired by, let's say, the webinars that the South Asian Agromet Forum is doing, is having maybe targeted regional workshops on agrometeorology. Again, I think it can be quite efficient. Again, like this morning, people don't need to travel, but we can try to get some input and make a plan moving forward. The next Services Commission, so we have this 4-year cycle, and there's a commission meeting next March. So we're planning right now to get input on what the next 4 years will look like. And I'll share some ideas in a PowerPoint or maybe in a document. So just for example, we all have the Agromet bulletins. Is there a way that we can make this, how do I call this? It's sort of digital advisory services. So you're doing all the Agromet bulletins and they're PDFs, but there is a way to make this sort of internet compatible. And this is an idea that our former president, Byung Lee, developed or had an idea about, of linking all of the Agromet bulletins into a sort of an internet-based system. So the countries would still, do what they're doing, but then we could link together what's going on. And especially as people know, WMO has been tasked to do this early warnings for all initiative. So there's a lot of good work done, and I think our challenge at WMO and in the Agromet community is trying to link it all together so we can share what you're doing to maybe a broader audience, but also enhance what you're doing at a national level. So again, Abbas and I have been talking, and especially in the context of the SASCOF, we want to continue this conversation on developing these tailored products. So I'll put some things together in the next week or so, and just also the 19th WMO Congress is happening in a week or so, and so there are some maybe outcomes of that, especially on drought. But just rest assured that we'll continue to engage with the Agromet sector, especially in South Asia, in the coming months and the coming years. So I just want to thank Nabasu and everybody on the call for this opportunity, and we want to continue the conversation and dialogue. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Even in addition to what he's saying, Bob will be publishing one book shortly on operational agrometeorology, which will be a very splendid kind of books will be there, and we may have a kind of function, maybe short function for the release of the books for this community. I'm just informing the this gathering that like WMO, we are also in touch with World Bank. Even this program, I have requested 3 persons from World Bank who are wholeheartedly working for the meteorology, agrometeorology in this part. One is Mrs. Arti, one is Melanie, another is Naho. So because of the time constraints that they may are not able, but they have sent their, kind of encouragement to all of us that they are with us, and maybe like WMO, they will be with the part of Sama and Safam, they will be there. So I'm just going to Dr. Kamal, who has wonderfully presented that Bangladesh agrometeorology, and then with BMD, they are generating. Even also he was mentioned about the subseasonal forecast. So I'm just requesting Kamal, you want to share anything more than that to this gathering? Because Bangladesh, you are doing a wonderful job, and you are coming in a very, very convincing way to the farming community. Over to Kamal.
thanks a lot for your nice compliments and inspiring words. Actually, I highly appreciate for this type of, amazing program you people organized for this South Asian countries under the SAFOM and SAMA, which should be continued. Obviously, obviously it will be helpful for each of the countries under the SAMA and SAFOM. And along with that, may I request you to organize the physical workshop or seminar that will be much more interactive, much more exchangeable, and knowledge sharing platform as well. And another thing is that, Bangladesh, for the first time in Bangladesh, we have already launched the subseasonal to seasonal forecast. And you know better that you are also working as a senior national international consultant with this project. So we are really obliged to you that you are playing a vital role to improving our physical activities in our country. So in that respect, our products is coming, but we are not giving in public due to the field trial. So once it will be open for the public, or before that, we request the SAMA, SAFOM members, experts, who can give some inputs from their expertise. Is it okay or not? Or any further suggestions that will, I think, give us a good result in that SPS products. And obviously, SAMA and SAFOM is playing a vital role for this subseasonal for this South Asian countries. So in our country, I should say, after the India, we are in advance in respect of agrometeorological services. So this types of advancement or agrometeorological services can be copied to some other countries who are not availing these opportunities. So this is from my side, and thanks a lot for giving me opportunity to be a speaker, as well as you have given this opportunity to speak some more things about the issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal, for a very good, kind of message you have sent to all of us. The physical I was talking to Bob also, that now that point has come that we should meet physically and interact, and coming a very kind of emerging issues to be implemented in this region. Thank you very much, Dr. Kamal. Now, Dr. Das, who is the secretary of this South Asian Meteorological Association. Dr. Das, can you advise us how to move ahead? What is your suggestions?
Well, if we have time, can we also hear from Air Commodore Tarendra Srivastava, because he keeps on writing very interesting blog on the LinkedIn platform about various issues, current issues, monsoon. So, Dr. Tarendra Srivastava, I saw you. You're there, I hope. Air Commodore Tarendra Srivastava, are you able to hear us?
You can finish, then I can call him. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So, well, it was it was very good session today. Most of the member countries except Pakistan, Maldives and Bhutan, they presented the outlook of the monsoon and their preparedness for the agriculture in their country. Well, as a core modeler from my background, I have always apprehensions about the products that we get from the models, because we know where are the deficiencies in the model. And for the long-range forecasting of the monsoon, as we know, out of the major three factors that control the monsoon in the long range, one of them that of course is ENSO. The other is the IOD, and the third is the snow cover over the mountains in the previous winter. So the snow cover has the inverse relationship, as most of you may be knowing. IOD has direct relationship, positive IOD is generally believed to have good monsoon. And also the El Nino, of course, if it is developing, that means we have to, we get generally a weak monsoon. So out of the three, I see that, of course, El Nino is likely to develop this year, which may have some negative impact. But the IOD seems to be still favorable for a good monsoon, as well as the snow cover over the Himalayas, because last winter we had less snow cover than compared to the normal. So it has an inverse relationship with the monsoon. So at least out of the three major factors for the long range forecast of the monsoon, I still have some hope on the two factors which are giving some positive signal for a good monsoon. So let us see what is going to happen. Besides that, of course, I would like to suggest that, most of you also may be receiving the ensemble model products from the IMD, especially which is made by Dr. Patnaik. I don't know whether Dr. Patnaik is here or not, but every week he keeps on sending us the ensemble model products of the rainfall anomaly and the maximum temperature as well as the minimum temperature anomaly. For the next 4 weeks, in fact, he sends to us week by week basis. What I think is that in that product, because when we compute the anomaly, we need to have the observed climatology for each week, for each country or each region. And of course, for India, we have got a very good climatological base, day by day, week by week, month by month, and everything. But for other countries, I think they are not really available, at least with us, I think. And so if that is shared, then this anomaly forecast for the upcoming 4 weeks can be even more accurate and given to all the countries rather than just confined to India alone. So that is one of the suggestions that probably we can take up for future. So besides that, of course, of course, we are talking about the agriculture and the long range forecast of the monsoon today. But as I said in the morning, that SAMA is also conducting lots of activities for capacity building. And as I mentioned in the morning, that we just had a 4 months series weekly online lecture. Basically, they are meant for the people who have no background of meteorology. They are basically for the non-meteorologists who have background of other subjects, and yet they are working on this field related to weather and climate and monsoon, etc. So to build their capacity in the basics of the meteorology, atmospheric science, we have been trying to do our best to conduct the training programs, and we finished the first module of the weekly online lecture series on atmospheric physics in the last 4 months, and our next module will be on atmospheric dynamics. That will also go on for, I think, 3 to 4 months, basically meant for, again, for the non-meteorological people. So people can avail the opportunity to learn about the fundamentals of meteorology, or even those who have studied maybe 20, 30 years ago, they can refresh their background or memories, because these lectures are being delivered by well-learned people who are experts, who are emeritus professor from different universities, also the scientists who have retired, and so they have a real knowledge of both theory as well as the practical. So it will be very good if people, those who are interested, they can attend the lecture series being conducted by SAMA. So I think that's all from my side, and over to you, Dr. Navansu. Yeah, Dr. Tarendra Srivastava is, I think I can see him. Maybe he can give some comments about the upcoming monsoon, Dr. Srivastava.
Yes, over to Dr. Srivastava.
He's mute.
Dr. Das, you have given very useful kind of recommendations and kind of thing, and So these are been noted, and we'll see how best we can do. So at first, I think Srivastava is not available, and we have a constraint of time also. So what I feel now, we go to the approaching to the concluding part. But if anybody wants to say anything, he can speak now. Now it's open.
Mohan Kumar has raised a hand. Dr. Mohan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mr.
yes,
Mohan
sir.
Kumar, proceed. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. It is really a very vibrant platform. Lots of dedicated scientists are here, very much related to agriculture, agrometeorology. I think in the South Asian country, after India, many country, it is just started. So especially in academia side, many university not started the agrometeorology in their academic education system. Like Bangladesh, very recently two universities started agriculture meteorology. I think you all of you know very well. So I would like to give the preference for the capacity building of the professional as well as the researcher as well as the students. So how this platform can take an initiative to train up, to give some capacity building activity to the fellow people, interested people for future doing some collaborative research. I think this is very much needed. So some very interested people come forward to do some more research and more focus on the for the betterment of the agricultural meteorology, because this is very much demanding and very much needed. So that is my submission from my side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan Kumar. Anybody wants to share his idea? It's open now. If not,
Sir,
we are going. Yeah.
Just a second. Just a
Dr.
second.
Kamal, yes.
Yeah. Actually, in Bangladesh, two agrometeorological department have been opened in two reputed agriculture universities. So we are really willing to, design and execute some sort of capacity building for the students and the faculty members as well. So we are thinking that if SAPON come forward or some members countries or experts come forward regarding these issues, that would be fine. In addition to that, I would like to, conduct memorandum of understanding with some reputed universities. Like we have recently visited Hyderabad and Chennai, two states agriculture universities out there. We have talked already to the authority, especially the vice chancellors. So we would like to make a MOU regarding these issues. So if you have some other ideas, then we can adopt that. Otherwise, these infant departments of agrometeorology will not come forward for their capacity building and the students' capacity building. So it is very essential and crucial to make such kind of collaboration regarding the capacity building. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Kamal, this is a very important issue. We keep it as a recommendations, and we see how best we can do your suggestions. Thank you very much, Dr. Kamal. Now, Dr. Mohanty, please.
I think it is a very good idea that Dr. Mohan Das has told. And in fact, actually, I think agrometeorology courses are there in India, many places. In addition, I'm thinking a course on climate change and its adaptation in agriculture, because agriculture is related with water resource. Because water resource has a lot of variability with the climate change. And main problem actually for our Indian country that is not to so much worry for only climate change, rather we should have seen the climate change adaptation. Adaptation in water resource, health, and agriculture. And that covers obviously drinking water and also climate change related health, and ultimately the benefit to farming community, that is the agriculture. So if such a course on climate change adaptation strategy, the course can be developed somewhere. And where actually, because it is good also for the neighboring country to come and study at one place, because it is not so expensive. If somebody go to USA or Australia or Europe, it's very, very expensive. And whereas in our neighboring countries, it is not so expensive. But this is just a thought that whether such a course for our SAFAM or SAMA country can be put a MEC program on adaptation to climate change in agriculture and in related area. I think this is very, very useful. But how will you move it is a thing that it is a thing to think over. But that adaptation should be very specific in this region. And also 6 months will be the project. That project part, the students, they can do their own country also with local guides, in addition to the guide with the place where they are going to study. So if we can think over that and make a formal program, I think that may be very, very useful.
I think two more persons have raised their hand. One is
yes, sir. Thank you very much for your comments, sir. This is a very important point you have mentioned about adaptations, climate change. We will think of it, how to implement this thing through SAFAM and SAMA initiative. Now it is over to Tarendra Srivastava.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? There was some problem.
Yes, you are audible.
Firstly, good morning to all the esteemed members, and at the very outset, I'd like to convey that SAMA has formed as a good association of the esteemed scientists and meteorologists, and whatever I've seen through the WhatsApp group and the website, we are doing a great job of collating all these scientific endeavors by the various institutes or the individuals and putting it on a common forum for each one of us to appreciate and draw conclusions, and probably somewhere down the line percolate it to the common users in the field. It could be the general population, it could be the farmers, it could be the business houses and the industries. That is where we have to work now, sir. What I personally feel that the meteorological information, the wealth of the information that we have must be shared with the common people so they get more aware of the weather situation and how the weather is going to affect their daily routine or processes. That is very important, I think. And we must somehow look into that aspect of reaching out to the common people, to the last person in the remotest corner of each and every part of the SAMA countries, so that they are also weather aware of the weather, and aware of the crisis which is always striking us pertaining to the climate change, and come out with some effects or come out with some methodology of mitigating the effects of climate change. That is what I wanted to convey. Firstly, the point is the wealth of information that we have here in SAMA must go to the common people and they should be made aware of the methodology of mitigating the effect of climate change. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. Wonderful suggestions to the users want and connectivity to the SAMA SAFOM to the users, many different users. Okay, thank you very much. Now, Samira, I am introducing Samira first. Samira is a very active member of SAFOM and is a professor and head of agrometeorology division in Sher-e Kashmir Agriculture University. So Samira, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for introducing me to the stalwarts of agrometeorology and meteorology. And I have just one, it is not a question, in fact, it is an issue which we are facing here because as all of you might be knowing that Kashmir, it is a hill region, and here we are facing extreme weather conditions. For example, during May itself, there was a snowfall this year. I mean to say that last week only, we had a snowfall, and it is the period when all the rice nurseries are there, then flowering of apple is there, and all the kharif crops, they start growing, and they naturally require a good temperature at that time, and going below or sub-zero temperatures, this affects our crops. So there could have been a mechanism where because already we are IMD is giving long range forecast, but under these conditions where extreme weather conditions prevail, these long-term forecasts also don't work because we never know that we never knew that it is going to snow, and we couldn't save our crop this season also. So if at all anyone among of these members could help us that how what best can be done to just overcome these situations.
Yeah, Samira, this is the point what actually Dr. Shivakumar has already mentioned, that climate change and extreme weather, how it is coming in 2050s, what we should have all the preparations. But whatever you have mentioned about snowfall and other extremity, definitely maybe we have a separate session maybe there, SAMA SAFOM, to address this issue, how best we can handle such kind of issues. Thank you for your suggestions.
Thank you.
Now we are going to the concluding part. We have with us Dr. M.L. Shrestha. He is the Vice President of SAMA. So I am requesting Dr. Shrestha, please give your concluding remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Navansu. I think it's glad to be here among the distinguished gathering. It's a pleasant occasion to SAMA in joining hand with SAFOM in the workshop, in this workshop on the long-range forecast for 2023 Southeast monsoon season rainfall and its application to South Asian agriculture. Of course, I think we have seen and we have heard from the presentations also that the summer monsoon, it is a lifeline to the agricultural communities, and it is not only for the agricultural community, to many other fields like water resources, health, tourism, etc. So it is for the whole society in South Asia, and it is of utmost importance to have long-range forecast of summer monsoon. But in this part of the world, I think most of the agriculture is rain-fed, and that is why any significant change in the rainfall pattern can have a detrimental effect to the sustenance of the agricultural crops. So it affects, of course, the food security, and in turn affect the overall economy of the countries. So which give us the idea, the importance of these, this monsoon rain. Of course, we have also discussed here, I think, the many parameters like the Marine-Julian oscillation and a dipole and El Nino, and which El Nino, which is now I think there is more probability of coming into existence, and which have a very the negative impact in the rainfall pattern in our region. Of course, I think we have to look at the interaction of different the weather phenomena, atmospheric and ocean phenomena in this region. So I think with these informations, I think a proper and a timely information on monsoon is very crucial. I think as we have seen that, South Asian Climate Outlook Forum has issued a consensus statement on the seasonal outlook over South Asia for 2023 monsoon. This is, I think, it is a culmination of the effort from all the national meteorological and hydrological services in South Asia, and which is a very good platform for that one. And we learned from I think we heard a good deal from most of the representatives of the member countries, on the use of the consensus in their national perspective. So I think it is going to be very nice, and there are so many recommendations. And I would like to point out the presentation from Dr. Kamal from Bangladesh. And I also have an opportunity to work with the Bangladesh Meteorological Service in that World Bank project in Component A. And I'm very happy to see the very close, the close link between the DA and the agriculture and the meteorological departments, and which is, I think, very essential for the upliftment of this agrometeorology. And by having a good forecast is not enough. As we have seen, so many informations are bombarded to the farmer from Dr. Kamal's, one of the slides. So many informations are available, but we have to think whether that farmer at the grassroots level is able to digest all. So I think there are so many informations which is available. So there should be some kind of a mechanism. Still, it is a very challenging task to let the farmer use these products from the agro-meteorology as well as from the meteorological side. So I think in this event, we have the honor of having most of the, the distinguished speakers, our Dr. Srijit, and we also have an opportunity to listen some of the activities of WMO from Dr. Stefanski. And I have to thank Navamsu for presenting the slide of Dr. Sivakumar, who I think could not be able to join us in this one, not able to present. So I think these are some of the informations I think we should keep in mind and go forward for the upliftment of these disciplines. So I think, and another one is, the presence of the distinguished delegates from most of the participating countries, and that is very, very encouraging, and it is commendable. And they have a very nice presentations, which is very useful to get to know their status in those countries. So I think this platform of the joint platform from the SAFOM and the SHAMA, I think it is very, very influential and a very good one. So such workshop, which interaction between the climate and agriculture community is very much necessary. And with the joint effort of SAFOM and SHAMA, I think it is becoming a reality. As Dr. Das has said, this is the second one that we are conducting. So I think, so on behalf of myself and SHAMA, so I would like to So my appreciation, our appreciation is realizing this event. And we look forward for the continuation of such joint platform in the future also. So that I think all our 9 member countries here can really benefit from this one and also learn from each other. So with these few words, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srestha. Very useful remarks, and in fact, that motivated all of us to do in future very good work jointly with SAFOM and SAMA. Next, we have two gurus. We said one is Dr. L.S. Rathore and one is Dr. Ajit Tyagi, who is guiding all of us to achieve what we are projecting. So Dr. Rathore informed me that he would be busy with some other function. So I am requesting Dr. Ajit Tyagi sir, please give your concluding remarks for this whole workshop. Over to Tyagi sir.
Nabanshu, first of all, let me congratulate and compliment you for planning and organizing this workshop along with the Somesh and with the guidance of Dr. Rathore and wholehearted support from all our senior colleagues in Agromet and Met community of South Asia. And also, I'm thankful to Bob and Shiv Kumar for their it's a big picture which we have to follow and support which they are extending and advising us to hold some physical or hybrid activity which is now required to take these programs to the next level. So this is the end thing, and we are happy that 6 countries could actively participate in the presentations. 3 couldn't do it, so we need to really excite them also to participate in these activities. Capacity building is one area which, particularly in the S2S products, which are now going to be available in coming years with a better skill, needs to be how these products, we have to talk to agrometeorologists and the end users, which are relevant for the S2S agro advisories. And as Dr. Ramakrishna has brought out that we need to test at the local level the areas where these S2S products are working fine. Let's start developing advisories there. So this is what also the approach recommended in that IIT Pune IMPO brainstorming session, that yes, we do have extended range predictions of week 3 and week 4, but they are still their skills in many cases, particularly for the extreme weather events, are not up to the mark, but then they do perform well in certain areas. So at least in those areas and those regions, if we are able to test their skill in week 3 or week 4, let's start developing using them, and that will give a good pilot findings for other regions to improve their forecast in the ERF mode. So it's a challenging field, and there is a demand and there is a challenge both for the meteorologists to improve the products, agrometeorologists to use them within the limits of uncertainty and develop services for the end users. This is the area where we can really do great service to the society with the climate variability, because most of the critical agricultural decisions and operations take place now in this range of the subseasonal to seasonal. So we as SAFOM and SAMA together will like to work on this along with the national Met agencies and also with the world community, that how we can improve S2S predictions and make use them for the Agromet services and advisories. So thank you, Nabanshu, Somesh, and all, I think, key supporters of this particular initiative, especially the speakers who from these countries gave a very insightful presentations, and Dr. Srestha for his concluding remarks. We have to take it forward, and we if required, let's look into a mid-season review also of this monsoon, which is so we may consider a webinar holding and with those interseasonal variability, how they are shaping up and what are the projections in the month of say July or end of June. It's worth trying that also. Thank you so much, Navansu and Somesh, for facilitating this meeting, and thanks to Bob and Shivkumar for joining this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your useful advices,
What about
which is
the photo
always,
system? Dr. Navansu,
which is always with us. Anything, Dr. Dash?
What about the photo session? Can we have a photo session? Screenshots of the.
I don't know how to take photo session.
Let everybody. Let everyone.
I think it's possible. Screenshot is possible.
Screenshot. Everyone should switch on their video, please, so that we can see their face, and then one can take the shot.
Yeah, Mohan, you can help us.
Yeah, please switch on your video.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Just a minute.
Please switch on. All are requested to switch on the video.
Dr. Kamal, just open your video.
All the participants are requested to switch on the video, please. Otherwise, only names will appear. Still, I can see 10 more people are.
Yes.
Mansab, Dr. Mohanty, Dr. Kamal. We can see now. Dr. Kamal.
Friends from Afghanistan.
Yeah. They were there. Mr. Osmani.
Afghanistan, then Myanmar.
You should share this photograph with others after photograph.
Yeah, we put in the WhatsApp group of all the members.
Yes, sir. I have taken. So I will share in the Sama all members group and with Dr. Somesh sir also.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now,
Kamal sir, could you please switch on your video? Taken, sir.
I think this is a very good initiative, and I think every year, before the monsoon, before the tropical cyclones, some extreme weather events like actually US and other places, actually they have a hurricane day. So like that way, at least Sama and Safam together, you can have this type of half-day seminar before 15 days or 1 month before the occurrence of the events. So that can sensitize the people also. And I think that may be helpful, and at least we can tell them what to do, what not to do, and so on. Share the experience, share the forecast, and so on. Thank you very much.
So we have.
Your mic is mute, Dr. Navansu. Your mic has become mute.
Yeah. So now we have come to the end of this program, and now it's the time for the vote of thanks. So I am requesting Samira, who is the professor and head of Shehri Kashmir, tell something and then give the vote of thanks and then close it. Over to Samira.
Thank you so much, sir, for roping me into this session, and above all for giving me a due consideration to my passion about agrometeorology and giving me a chance to present a vote of thanks to this August gathering, or of course online gathering it is. Then as Dr. Ajit Tyagi sir during his opening remarks said that it is about the health of everybody, be it wildlife, be it plants, or be it humans or livestock. So I think that this session was quite good, because One Health slogan of G20 summit also needs to be taken care of on ground, and that can be done in the best way by an agrometeorologist or a meteorologist only, because it is all about the weather conditions and the atmospheric conditions which influence every other thing, be it mankind or human, be it livestock or plants on earth. So working on the climatic conditions of this earth, and then trying to cope up with the changing climate, that will only help us in achieving the goal of One Health. And this was of course an appropriate time to have a workshop like this, because and since we have to prepare for the monsoons, and we have to see how best can be done at every stage and by every the country who are affected by the monsoon, or who are very much depend on the monsoon. So for that, I feel that this workshop and such workshops in the coming seasons and in coming times are also important. And so I first of all should pay my sincere thanks to Dr. L.S. Rathore, Dr. Ajit Tyagi sir, and Dr. Nabanshu, of course, now for giving an insight into the arising meteorological issues, and then supporting and appreciating the members of these forums for giving their these insights and giving their ideas about what can be done in the agrometeorological section. Then I should also pay my sincere thanks to Dr. Srijit and Dr. Someshwar Das for sparing their time for this online meeting, and of course, giving the opening remarks of this workshop. And then thanks are due to the members from various countries who spared their valuable time and presented the issue as well as the preparations for the coming season. Of course, only 6 member countries could join us today, but we expect that in the coming events, all the countries will participate, and it will be a broader discussion. And maybe there are time constraints, and because it is that there is a time lag also. Whenever we start a program, it may be that there is a difference in the time, and some of the people are not able to join us. But we hope that we will sort that out and see what will be the most feasible time for all of us to join these such programs. Then I will try to quickly speak out the names who just joined us today, and because I have already taken the screenshot of the list of members. So we had with us Dr. Ajit Tyagi, Dr. Aruni Abeskera, then Ashish Rotre, Ashwini Ranade, then we had Vibhuti, then Bob Stefanski, B.V. Ramana Rao sir, then Dr. Kamal, then Dr. Karinder Srivastav, Y.S. Ramakrishna, then Ura Upadhyay, Raghu, Gade Srivastav, Hansui, and then we had Kyunmyo Lakshmi Bhatta, and then Madan Shrestha, Maheshweta Bhomik, Malti, and then we have Manawa Mohan Kumar Das sir, of course, Chattopadhyay sir, then Najibullah Osmani and Mr. Wadudullah, then Adhikari sir, and Polomi Chakravarti. Then we had from Sri Lanka Sri Romanija, then Muhammad Shah Kamal Khan, and Mr. Hassan also, and Someshwar Das, Srijat, UC Mohanty, and Ughale Chomik. Maybe I may have pronounced some of the names wrongly, for which I apologize. And at the end of this session, I thank all of you once again for joining us, and hope that in future also. You will take interest and will guide the juniors like me in how we can cope up with the climate change. And of course, one thing which I would request all of you, that we need to make a stronger and this platform very strong, so that the agrometeorology or the meteorological services, these are taken into consideration by all the institutes in this region, because we see that only now we are just trying to include it as a discipline, or just include it as a subject, while as earlier also it was as important. And maybe that if had we known the importance of this 50 years before, then this climate condition would have not been arisen by now. So if at all we just pledge that we will be helping all the institutes, and we will be helping all at the ground level to combat with the climate change, that will be better, because it is the activity and the activistic approach which can help in combating the climate change. Thank you very much, and I thank you all for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamira. Thank you very much. So now we conclude, okay? And thanks all of you for your active participation. And looking forward also for such kind of.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Navansu.